harder than me.
Are you, who's welcome?
Yeah, you are. Like I said, I don't think we need to do introductions.
All right, we won't, yeah.
Good.
Yep,
Yep,
okay.
go.
We're good.
Well, here we are. We're really happy to be at our retreat, and we're excited to hear from, I forgot your name already,
Clay.
Clay.
Yeah, Clay Johnson.
Clay Johnson is here with us, and I think we all know each other, so we're excited to,
Yeah, and I just wanted to start with a couple things too.
okay,
If it was fine.
yeah.
Real quick, I just want to remind everybody, I'm gonna try not to be mean. I'm gonna try to keep us on track, get to the topics and the things that you feel are important and that we also need as we go through and start to prepare the budget here, so that we have direction and we're all hopefully close to or on the same page as we get out of this meeting. The plan is to, at the end of the agenda, you'll see, is to hopefully plan a future retreat just for an afternoon where we can get together and present a more solid budget proposal to you from what we gain from this meeting. So I will try to keep us on track, try to keep us at a higher level if we can. And not because it's a power play, but as legislators, your role is to set our budgets at basically down to the department level. And from there, so if we can kind of stay out of that, the deep level. There's things you want us to look at for sure. Give us ideas if you want us to go back and look at it. But really, department level is where the legislative body sets the budget. And then from there, it's up to the department heads and myself to kind of look and see what best serves the city from that point. But if there's things you've seen you want us to look at, definitely give us those ideas and we can drill down and we can bring back more information as well. But really, we're just looking for direction on what do we need to look at from here. We've looked at a few things, but we don't have a lot of details to present to you today as far as here's where savings can be, here's where we need. We'll go through the requests and everything, but if there's things after this meeting that we decide, hey, we've got to cut this much out of the budget, then we'll go back and kind of really focus on that and bring it back to you as well. So hope that makes sense. I'm going to hopefully I don't offend anybody today, but I'd like to keep us on that.
Keep us on task.
Keep us on
Task so that
Yeah.
we all come out of this with what we need to come back in hopefully the end of March with a more solid proposal of this is what we've gathered from this meeting, and we'll start having the budget committee meetings as well and try to gather that more information from you over the next month and a half. So, and with that, we can turn it over to Clay.
Okay.
Or Barbara, whoever wants to talk.
Clay's got my computer. He's ready to go.
Well, I enjoyed my drive up here today. It's such a beautiful setting. And
Oh, sorry, real quick. I don't know if everybody caught it, but Clay is from GBS. They're our consultants that did the compensation study for us this year. It's been 3 years since we've done one, so we wanted to do another comprehensive study.
yeah, great. Thank you for that intro. So the goal here was, on the benefits side, to benchmark, how do your offerings compare to the peer group that surrounds you? And also, in a little bit more detail on the compensation side, similarly, how are your current pay ranges for your jobs, pay practices comparing to those of your peers, the other cities that you compete with for your employees? So, again, kind of at the same point, the presentation here is going to be focused primarily on kind of the key takeaways. The team here has a lot more, detailed versions of than what's presented in the slides. There's just a handful of slides. But we'll focus on probably like the key things to think about, consider. It's more directional information than it is, specific numbers and percentages, if that makes sense. We'll first go through the benefits findings, and then we'll go through the compensation findings, and then there's time at the end for questions, but if you have a question about something as it's up on the screen, feel free to ask so you don't forget. Okay. And I guess before I jump into the actual benefits, just so you know a little bit more about who I am. So I mentioned my name's Clay Johnson, and I've worked with GBS Benefits, who is a Levitt Group company, for about 4 years. Before that, I spent quite a few years in the HR space, in-house, in both the public and private space. And I've been primarily a compensation professional for, I specialized about 10 years ago in the compensation space specifically. And for almost 10 years, I've been a certified compensation professional. So just, comp nerd, that's who I am primarily. But I know enough about benefits to be helpful. And my colleagues who are not here today, who did the majority of the legwork on the benefits analysis, are Donette Waters and Rick Stewart. And so really a lot of the thanks goes to them for what I'm going to share here today on the benefits side. Okay. In these graphs, as we focus on these handful of takeaways from the benefits analysis, you'll see CH, referring to Cottonwood Heights, highlighted in blue in all these graphs to make it easy to see which one you are. And then these different cities that have been anonymized with just city A, city B, and so forth. But just so you know who is in that group, it represents, I'll read them in alphabetical order off my list here, Holiday, Mill Creek, Midvale, Murray, North Salt Lake, Riverton, and South Salt Lake. And all of those are GBS clients, and so we have, their kind of full data set on all their benefits information that allowed us to make these comparisons for you. Okay, so this slide is just about choice. How many choices do employees have in terms of medical plans offered? And right now you can see Cottonwood Heights offers one medical plan, and a lot of these other cities tend to offer two, sometimes even three. And there was actually, coincidentally, some conversation in here this morning about this very thing. And usually this is referring to something like a high deductible plan and a traditional plan, if there's more than one option. And currently Cottonwood Heights has just the high deductible plan, correct?
Correct.
So that's something to consider is there an appetite for two? Could that help provide more personalized solutions to people who have different preferences and different needs?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
When you say high deductible, are you referring to a, what do they call it, a savings account?
HSA.
Yes.
An HSA?
High deductible plans are usually paired with that HSA account. Yeah.
So that's what we offer is an HSA
Right.
account.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the second option would be a PPO or some
Right.
sort of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's a phenomenon of the last 20 years that,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I remember thinking, so thank you.
Yeah. Good question.
That doesn't work for a lot of people.
Yeah. So again, we won't dig into too many details about the specifics there, but either your broker or even my colleagues at GBS could help you explore the specifics of what another plan would look like. And then here, circling back to the HSA, oftentimes employers will choose to also contribute to an employee's HSA, their health savings account. And there's no specific amount that employers are supposed to contribute. Every employer kind of decides how much do we want to help out with that. And you'll see here the various contributions from these different cities. Sometimes as much as $4,500 annually is contributed by some employers for those who are on a family plan. And you'll see there the blue line, currently Cottonwood Heights is the lowest contributor among the peer groups for employees on an individual plan and employees on a family plan.
Who are those top ones? And you know what their budgets are?
Do I know what their budgets are? No, not off the top of my head. But I did.
Just looking at what we're competing with.
No, I'm just curious who they are. Because we are,
That list of cities that I read earlier, I don't know.
Well, we're
I can
curious
look it
who
up.
the
who the top two are, yeah.
Yeah, so those, we've specifically anonymized which ones are which.
Got it.
But it's
Speak some.
among those peer group.
South Salt Lake and Murray have much higher budgets of the ones that he rattled off.
Okay.
Yeah,
Carbon
and so
emissions.
the thing to consider is, it's always a balancing act, right, when you're doing this kind of thing, because you want to compare exactly apples to apples, only cities that have the exact same budget as us, exact same size as us. But the truth is your employees aren't considering that when they consider, their employment options.
Sure.
Really, it's any city in a drivable distance is a competitor to you. So you kind of have to balance that. Well, what's a similar budget, but also who are we truly competing with for our employees?
Probably should have said that up front. Just real quick, for everybody's knowledge, Matt just reminded me, this meeting is being recorded. It's not live streamed, but it is recorded, and we'll put the recording up next week. Or the week after, so we can get it converted.
Yeah, so the budget question is a good one, but I think it has to be paired with the other question of, what is the reality though of we're competing with cities who may be bigger than us and have slightly bigger budgets. Okay. And then this one's specific just to the dental plan, which I know is a smaller plan. It kind of seems to come in second place in importance behind the medical plan, but another expense that employees are concerned about, and this is just the employee premium coverage and the family plan coverage, meaning how much is the employee paying versus the employer? What's the split there, employee versus employer? And in this case, Cottonwood Heights contributes 70% of that monthly premium for employees and families on the dental plan, while on average your peer group is covering 91%.
This is just dental.
This is just for the dental plan. Yeah.
So EE stands for individual ones.
Employee,
employee.
sorry, yeah, employee.
So, but it's individual
Individual.
versus a family
Right.
plan, is that basically?
Yep. So that's a little bit of benefits world jargon there. EE, shorthand for employee, is a single employee. So those are just kind of three things that as we looked at kind of the big picture, what were things that stood out that seemed like viable things to consider. There are, again, in the more detailed analysis, we have some more recommendations to consider, but these were three that were just kind of low-hanging fruit to consider that made easy comparisons. But it wasn't all quote-unquote bad news. One thing that was really wonderful is if you look at the affordability of the monthly premium of your plans, this is comparing for an employee-only plan, how affordable is it? And you'll see on the Cottonwood Heights line there on the left, it's zero, because Cottonwood Heights covers that cost, the monthly premium of the medical plan for a single employee, which makes that tremendously affordable.
We just started that this year when we transitioned to PEHP. So this is the first year we've done that.
And you'll see a few other cities in your peer group do that as well, but others charge as much as $100 or more per month. So,
But if you're getting a PPO for $100 a month, I mean, or for a, I mean,
this is specifically comparing high deductible plan costs. So same plan at the same level across these
so
different.
those are all HSA that you're only comparing with
The high-
HSA plans?
yeah, the
Thank
high
you.
deductible with
Okay,
the
that's
HSA.
okay.
Uh-huh. Yep. So that's a win. That's a win for Cottonwood Heights.
But two other cities also do that.
Yeah, three others.
Three
Yeah.
others.
Okay. All right, and that really is the highlights from the benefits section. Again, there's more detailed reports with the team here, but
Well,
as we
sorry,
summarize,
wait a
oh,
minute.
go ahead.
So you had a slide about dental plans, and dental plans are usually pretty small in comparison to medical plans.
They
So
are.
why did we not see a slide about medical premium comparison?
Yes, so this is one of the medical premium comparisons we showed here. this is a
For
comparison.
families,
But you're asking for family.
are we competitive or not competitive?
Yeah, so I'd have to pull up the data again, the spreadsheet. They have, the spreadsheet that the team has here has all those breakdowns of every organization, every premium type, and, you know, all the values. So we did, again, just for the sake of
We can
time,
send you
didn't
the
go
full-
through every single one of those.
Full report.
What percentage of Cottonwood Heights employees choose the EE versus the family plan?
The family plan is by far more.
And we
So wouldn't that be more pertinent to be looking at the family plan?
And they
the
did,
EE?
they did, and we're not as competitive with the family plan.
I think we pay, employees pay 15%?
Yes.
Premium right now.
Yep. Or
Yeah,
85%.
For a family plan.
Which we've had some employees that have said that it's been a hit to them financially coming here because they're paying more out of their paycheck, even though Cottonwood Heights pays more, they're having more taken out of their paycheck because of the premium.
Well, and when you look at some of the key employees that have left in the last 2 years, they are either coming into family or have families.
I guess that's exacerbated too with the HSA contribution because we run the lower end
Yeah.
of what the city contributes. So it's like you're paying more for the premium, but also having to contribute more to the
If you
HSA.
want to max out your HSA.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, great. So, to reiterate, it's pretty light in the presentation today on the benefits findings. But, you know, in summary, the thoughts around considering HSA contribution, considering a second medical plan like a PPO, and then considering increasing the dental plan coverage to make that a little more affordable. Okay? All right. And then now we'll move on to the compensation section, which is really, again, this is really my section. The other section was really from my peers who I'm representing today. So, okay. We'll start with explaining the methodology. When we do a compensation analysis, we follow a pretty tried and true, you know, many decades proven methodology for doing these types of analyses. And the main project steps are these. First, we want to determine the external market value of the jobs that are being performed here. So to do that, we seek to identify the relevant labor market. And again, your Cottonwood Heights isn't competing with every organization outside of these walls. Rather, other entities that are similar to you in a geographic proximity that can compete for your employees. And then secondly, we want to make sure, to the greatest extent that we can, we're making apples-to-apples comparisons. Meaning, when we talk about, let's say, an HR director in one organization, it means the same thing as an HR director in another organization. So we try not to compare by title only, but to understand the content of the job using job descriptions and things like that, so that we know that we're talking about the same thing or as close as possible. So that's kind of step one, understand the external market value. Then we also want to consider the internal relative value of jobs. Meaning some organizations have different priorities. Certain roles have more significance or more importance or more impact to the organization and its goals. And so we go through an exercise of understanding each job internally. And then third, we then start crunching the numbers and understanding the data set that we've collected and evaluate the competitiveness of your pay practices. And the main question that we sought to answer in this exercise was, how well do your pay ranges reflect the market? And then, as we go through and ask that question and look at answers to that questions from many different perspectives, we're able to come up with some recommendations and assess the impact of those potential changes. And a lot of that number 4 is what's happening, with Barbara and others here, as they kind of talk about the department-specific decisions that they want to make. I think that's a lot of what's happening with number 4. But so I'll cover a lot of the highlights, kind of takeaways, key findings from the analysis. But the real, multi-tab, many-line, many-column spreadsheets with all the analysis is in the hands of the team here. And we've spent many months discussing and going through all those details. Okay, any questions about this methodology before I move on? Right, that makes sense to our approach?
It does. I always look at when we evaluate competitiveness, there are so many variables in there when we start comparing against peers. And hopefully, Barbara, you'll be able to interject some of your findings as well
Yep.
when we're done with this presentation.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so first we're going to focus on the civilian job and the findings and takeaways there. After doing all the analysis, all the calculations, we found that about 50% of the pay ranges were out of sync with the market, specifically trailing the market. So not all the jobs, it wasn't all bad news, not all of the jobs were trailing, but about half of them were.
And just to clarify, these are the ranges we're talking about, not necessarily what people are currently paid. We
Yeah.
look at those too, but what we're talking about here is the range of the position.
Yeah, and the reason we're focusing on understanding the pay range itself is that that's a little more stable, that you have these structures in place that you use to make pay decisions. And if we compare only just an individual's pay, that can sometimes get a little confusing because you might have someone who's, just happens to be really high in their range and someone else who happens to be really low in their range. And those people can turn over, but your pay structures that you use to guide your pay decisions, your pay ranges, are going to be stable, right? So you want to consider those as your reference point to the market. Okay. And secondly, on the civilian jobs, as we tried to calculate, or as we did calculate, how far is that distance? What is that gap between the jobs that are trailing the market and the target of the market in your peer group? How big is that? And it's about 9% behind for those jobs that were trailing. So again, takeaway there, average pay rates internally are below those of your peers. Those are really kind of the high-level key takeaways on the civilian job side of things. What questions can I answer about the civilian jobs or the process, or if you had any questions you wanted me to clarify here?
Seems clear to me.
Yeah.
And we'll send the report out to you. Is it final? I don't know if we finalized it yet.
The spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the overall report, yeah.
Yeah, we've got it.
That would be
And
great.
for those of you who saw the one 3 years ago, this is much easier to understand.
Yes.
So,
That was a goal. Was provide not
the one we did 3 years ago was a little
Yes.
convoluted, so
Yeah.
we wanted this to be clear.
Yeah. So again, as you move forward, and the team here moves forward, there's going to be a lot of discussion about zooming in. Right, this is the big picture view. If you take the overall comparison, those are the figures here. But as we zoom in, you get a lot. It's a lot more easy. It's a lot easier to understand. Which jobs are going to need what kind of money to catch up to the market. Okay, and then next let's talk about the sworn jobs. Now you'll see a lot of the takeaways here focused on police officers and sergeants, and that's intentional for a couple reasons. One is most of your jobs at Cottonwood Heights have maybe one person performing that role, maybe in some roles a couple people performing that role, but the police officer role and sergeant role, just those two represent 25% of your employees.
Total employees?
Total employees for the whole organization. And so changes to pay practices in just those one or two roles affect a large portion of your employee population. And the second reason for focusing on them here is the labor market for police officers is very, very competitive. In this county in particular, I've seen rapid growth in wages because of the supply and demand battle there for police officers. And then you combine that with the kind of more macroeconomic considerations of what's happening in the economy, with rising prices of cost of living, and it's turned into a little bit of a war for talent for police officers, where if this department's willing to offer me $1 more an hour, 50 cents more an hour, I need to do that because maximizing my take-home pay is so critical. Okay, so that's kind of the first takeaway, is just the acknowledgement of how competitive it is for police officers. We looked at 11 of the surrounding police departments, trying to focus on those that are similarly sized, and those departments that you have either lost officers to or perhaps taken them from. And among those 11 peer police departments, your police officer pay ranks approximately 5th out of 11. So you're right about in the middle there. So not at the bottom, but not as compelling as some of your peers, which is pulling away, some of your officers, creating some of those retention issues. And one of the interesting things about, being a police officer and in the public sector is, in the private sector, you don't really know what a job pays a lot of times, right? But with police officers, you go to any of the websites and it's listed right there. Oh, that's going to be my pay. Makes it really, really easy for employees to know what the grass is like on the other side.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question?
Uh-huh.
I know that we were going through some compensation discussions this last go-around. I know that there were some discussions from the police side that we were, I think, closer to that 11 number. And I know that I think there was some variance there on what was being discussed. So just asking Chief if that is understood by your folks, that's kind of where we're at. Does that make sense?
I don't know who they compared to. I don't know if those are the agencies that I'm losing people to. So that might not be actually representative of that.
There's also some, I show in there the approximately 5th, because it does vary a little bit from, if you consider starting pay or the top end of a pay range, whether Cottonwood Heights is 3rd or 5th or 10th in that ranking. If I were to zoom in a little bit, Cottonwood Heights officer pay and sergeant pay tends to trail more and more the longer they stay in their position, meaning their pay progression is not as rapid for officers here as it is in other entities.
I just want to make sure that when officers talk to us about, hey, this is where we sit, I just want to make sure that we're all talking the same number. And when they say we're 10th out of 11th, and others were saying, well, no, we were told we were 5th, we don't have to solve that now. But you get what I'm getting at, is we have to make a decision, and so we want to make sure that the data we're given is consistent with how we're approached.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah. So I've provided I worked through a couple of different models of what types of updates could make meaningful impact to officer pay, and provided those to the team here. But with a modest investment of changing the starting pay and a little bit of a structural change to where the step increases are just a little bit more, it would make a very meaningful impact to that 25% of your employee population in terms of hiring and retaining officers, especially as you get more progressed into the more tenured end of that job. Okay. Well, that takes me to the end of my highlights and takeaways. I'd love to answer any questions you have about the process or the recommendations, or anything.
Are there other major gaps that we haven't covered? I've heard we don't have maternity leave. Like, are there other big things that we're missing?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Thank you for bringing that up, because to me, that's a big gap in our employee offerings, is that we do not have a maternity leave.
Yeah, so it's paid family leave so that it could be for the mother or the father. So it's a newer plan that cities are looking at. Not,
Especially in Utah.
yep, not a lot of cities offer it. It's about half right now. So Jared and I have talked about it. That's something we would like to be able to do, but there's a cost to that, and our staffing is so tight.
I was thinking.
So
about
when you
that.
have one person out, when they're the only person that fills that role, it makes it very difficult. And we don't have anyone else to fill it oftentimes. So we're in a tough spot where our staffing is already so tight. And so we're trying to figure out, so we would love your input, but it's how much leave can we offer? They get 12 weeks of FMLA, so that's like an umbrella of leave, so they can fill that with as much paid leave as they have, and then they can take unpaid leave. So we've talked as an executive staff about this as well, on how much paid family leave could we offer, because like with Scott's department, if his payroll person was out, he would be the one that would have to make sure everybody got paid on top of his other duties. So it's a tough position that we're in with being a smaller city, especially where we're already the city's been trying to save money with staffing over the years as well. So we're wanting to do it, we're just trying to figure that out.
How does that compare with the set of 11 cities, or with cities? What percentage of them do offer maternity or paternity leave?
So we didn't ask that, they were just looking at our current benefits. But when we looked at it last year, there's about half of the cities in the valley that offer some kind of parental leave.
It varies on how
Some
many
kind
days they
of
get.
partially paid or paid.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about the 12 weeks that is under the law.
Right.
We're talking about a set of time that's partially paid or paid for
Right.
maternity or paternity leave.
Correct.
My wife is a speech language pathologist. When we had our first kid in the school system, she got 2 weeks paid, and then I think it was 3 months total that you could be gone, which is what you're talking, which was unpaid.
Well, isn't that FMLA?
Yeah, that is.
And so right now,
two were paid out of that.
Yeah, so they can use their PTO for FMLA right now. Any paid leave they have accrued, and sick leave, if
Yep.
they have sick leave, because we have both here, but
Right.
right now that's all we have. We're not giving them additional, so the school district gives them an additional 2 weeks for paternity leave, but the school district also doesn't give them very many vacation days.
I think it was just maternity. I don't think they had paternity.
Or
I
maternity. That's probably
understand,
maternity at the time.
and I know everyone at this table understands that women bear the burden of biology. It's a very different burden, and so it's something that I'm committed to looking to, so that we don't have that discriminatory part of our.
And we have lost employees, a couple of employees, because we do not offer paid family leave. So it's definitely something that's on our,
And if everybody's on board, we'll look at it.
Yeah.
And this
I know,
this
it's all-
affects
it's-
sworn and not,
Yeah.
you know?
It's all of the above, so I just want to thank you for bringing that up.
yeah.
Salt Lake County, I know does, because my wife just had the baby and she was out for 12 weeks paid,
Full pay?
full pay,
Without using any like.
without using any of her,
As a county employee?
as a county employee. And it's also paternity leave. Their male employees also get the same 12.
Same amount.
Paid.
Other police departments do
Wow.
something, do you know of?
Okay.
Yeah, chief, yeah, nodding, yeah.
The departments are gonna follow under the city, so they'd be city employees.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think Unified does, I think they do as well. But
It's becoming more popular, which is great.
It is.
So,
How small we are.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's lovely
Otherwise,
what
it
it is.
isn't.
You lose 100%.
Yeah.
But that paid maternity paid family leave is still, they file for FMLA, so it's still.
Yes,
still-
it's still under the 12
Good,
weeks.
good.
Yeah,
That's the other.
Yeah, they run concurrently.
yeah,
So really, it's not an impact on time because somebody can take the 12 weeks anyway.
correct.
We're just adding additional leave time for
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Vaguely, too.
Yeah.
Our thing is, so we've talked about that, Jared and I talked about it quite a bit last year, is how do we just handle making sure that we don't have a loss of services for our residents when it's a one-person position?
Not a deep bench here.
Yeah. So, and they're 100% entitled to that 12 weeks of FMLA. So then it's, do you pay for a temporary person to come in when we just don't have the funds for that? So that's where
Or
we're
the
at.
training.
That's why we're
I
here
know.
today, to talk about
That's,
Yeah.
let's maybe take it off, I mean,
We can't
in a
do-
different
Yeah.
compensation committee
Straight.
discussion,
Yeah.
So we.
because we're not gonna solve it here.
Yeah, Scott's working on a schedule to get the compensation committee and the other committee together.
Budget.
Just the overall budget committee, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
informative.
Do we want to go over the costs just real quick? Do you want to say what those were for the
Oh, yeah.
release?
Yes.
And again, we'll send the report to you.
I'd like to
Just
see
to
the
give you
full
those
report.
numbers real quick and to put us where Clay's recommending, and again, police is a little bit higher, but just to reemphasize, and I talked to each of you about this, that we're not trying to be top on pay on civilian employees. We're trying to stay middle of the road. To get us there, they've made some recommendations, and we'll give you those costs too.
So with the sworn, I calculated the non-sworn, not the sworn, but when we looked at it before, I think because just to get us to number 3, which my understanding is we've said we would be in the top 3, it was
That's council's side, yeah.
roughly 182,000. That does not count the increase in benefits, which can be 35 to 45% on top of that. So that's just to get us into the top 3 for the police department. Rough numbers based off of what GBS provided us. And then
102,000 annually?
Yes.
that's just
That's
bumping that pay range, the pay range.
Plus another 35% for benefits.
182
yeah.
That's
just for
better than I thought it would
salary.
be, honestly.
182,000
Was that
For sworn.
Did you go in?
for sworn.
Like overtime and stuff? on top of
We
that?
did not, no, that's a good point. Overtime was not calculated in that. That was just the cost of the 2080 hours a year. So that would be an increase as well.
So on the high end, you're looking at about 265,000 a year.
And that's to get where? In just the middle?
To the top 3,
Top
Top
for
3,
sworn.
okay.
yeah.
Sorry.
But the 265 doesn't
No.
include the benefits.
This is the
That would
civilian
include,
number.
Oh,
so I
that
just did a
does.
quick calculation,
Okay.
so you're, again, rough numbers, 265,000 with benefits to get, on the high end, to get the sworn to the top 3, and then the civilians,
Right. So if we just take the increase, and Clay, you're welcome to, thank you so much.
Thanks so much, everyone.
We're so grateful for your time.
Especially on a Saturday morning, thank you.
Yes, we're so grateful.
Yeah, take care, everyone.
we pay them triple to come in on Saturday.
Why we can't do this anymore?
Is that the deal?
Not to be,
Touche, Jim.
not to-
So with this spreadsheet, this is taking into account the department heads and the non-sworn positions. So with the addition of an assistant city manager, it would be an increase of $344,700 or $344,700 just for salary, to just get us in the median. Annually. That does not include the cost of benefits.
we were doing this next week.
However, Jared and I, we've talked about some staffing changes, moving some positions around. If that happened, it would be an increase of 200,000. So, again, this is just really rough numbers off of the GBS information.
And that's with benefits or without?
Without
Without, and then there's that,
35 to 45% increase on top of that.
in the 200 that you just mentioned, is that with or without an assistant city manager?
That is with
With,
an
but
assistant
making
city
changes.
manager, but making some staffing changes.
The
Okay.
civilian percentage rate would be in the 25-ish% range, and on sworn, it would be in the 40-ish% range. It varies a little bit depending on where you're at in the scale, but that's a close number in
Okay, sure.
terms of what.
And it also varies on if they take our insurance
Yeah.
or if they're on employee only or the family plan, so it kind of varies all
Can I
over.
ask one more question?
Yeah,
If we looked at this calculus without an assistant city manager with some of these shuffling thing, what would that number be?
so if we were to, so with the staffing changes, it's a reduction of about $210,000. If we just reduced staffing and did not have an assistant city manager. So, so if you were to take, and let me see if I can just change
But
it.
210 out of the 344.
Yeah, so about 144,000.
These staffing changes that you're considering, what constraint does that put on operations?
We do not think there will be,
You don't think it will be? Okay.
so we think that we've figured out a way to make that work.
We have a lot of employees
210 is the savings overall.
taking advantage of the 410s.
Yes, we do have.
That's fine, okay.
Yeah, it's been very popular. But again, we have seen that our staffing, because we're so tight, so we have, so take human resources, for example. I work Monday through Thursday, Sienna works Tuesday through Friday, but then it's really hard for her to be able to take a Friday off because we always try to make sure someone from HR is here. So, and then when they have new hires that come on a Monday, she's off on a Monday. So it'd be nice if everybody could just work the same 410s, but we have heard nothing but positive from employees on their feedback of the increase in work-life balance, being able to work the 410s.
There are some that like the 5/8 with the remote, but if we went to 410s, we would just do away with the remote, and then everybody's kind of on the same, except for maybe a couple positions that could be fully remote.
Right.
We learned that Midvale did a pilot. I mean, they did 410s. And if they've decided if they had a lot of citizen complaints or developer complaints that couldn't access them on Fridays, that they would then go back to the 5 days a week, and they have not gone back to 5 days a week because there are no complaints.
So we've had, Public Works has not been open on Fridays for 6 months,
Okay?
and I don't think we've had any complaints on that I've heard.
No, it's been actually quite nice.
And again, they only get like 5 people a week down there, but.
And I know we would pay more for overtime if we had to plow on like Fridays and weekends, but we haven't had to this year.
We've saved this year for sure.
But right, hypothetically, right, that's, when we don't know those
Into the
numbers.
future this year.
If a storm
make it
hits on a
work.
Friday, we've talked about flexing time if we know it's coming.
Yeah, we do flex time if we know the storm's rolling in. We will.
So that, if you know a storm's
In Campbell,
coming, you don't work on
never
Wednesday and go
snows on
out.
Fridays and Saturdays.
I know we need to move on, but, I mean, is that, you can't really calculate the value of that in this salary comparison study, right?
Right.
The value of work-life balance of 410s versus 5, which may be very attractive to someone even wanting to.
I would have loved it when I was raising my children. I was salaried 40 hours,
You had
worked
to take
6
them to
days
the
a week.
doctor.
I don't
you
mind
know,
offering
thing.
kind of what we're doing now with the
It'd be
flexibility.
amazing as a young
Yeah.
mother to have that.
It's very hard to manage with the small staff right now.
Unless you're all on 410s.
If we're all on 410s, it's easier to manage because we have,
Yeah.
again, we don't have that deep bench to pull from to cover everywhere,
Okay.
every day.
But one of the things about 410s that the issue, and I've worked at a couple of places that have 410s, we don't collect like utility bills. People will like to come in and pay a utility bill. We don't do that.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that Friday, having to have real 410s like Monday, Thursday,
Monday through Thursday.
your residents get used to it, they understand that's the process, and that's, I mean, I don't know. It is a nice work-life balance.
And
to
it's a
be honest
great
with you.
recruiting tool. We've had applicants
And it's
reach out.
easier to manage if everybody's on the same schedule, for sure.
Applicants have reached out, asking if it's true that we really do offer 410s, and that has been very appealing to them. So it's a great recruiting tool for us.
So, like yesterday was a beautiful event here at the city with the high school students on a Friday. So if we had that, would just Fridays not be an option, or would it be?
I
No, we
think,
could look at that as, we're looking at the policy, right now we're not technically doing the rentals
Uh-huh.
because we need to look at the policy and what we're charging, but we could just like we do on Saturdays, we still have, when we're doing room rentals, we have room rentals on Saturdays.
And it would just be flexing their time. So if there was an event on a Friday, it would just be a matter of them flexing
Or
their
we'd have a
time.
room monitor come in and we pay the room monitors.
Yeah.
To come in and do that.
So did the high school rent that room?
They did.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on compensation or anything? Or we'll send the report out to you and then we'll get a compensation committee together. and-
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we'll move on, or I guess it's your meeting, sorry.
Oh.
But I can move on.
Keep going.
Introduce Fred if you want, so. Fred Philpott's here from LRB. This year, we decided to do a fiscal model, which is something some of the other cities have done. And I talked with several city managers, they really appreciated it. What LRB's done is gone through and looked at our past budgets, gathered the requests from the departments, kind of the things that we're looking forward to in the next 5 years, or that we would need in the next 5 years, that we feel we need. Kind of built this into a model so that we can play with that and move numbers around. I think it'll really help you understand better where the costs are, what revenue would be needed if we want to do these things. It'll help us, I think, plan for the future a little bit better. Are you going to start those, Scott?
Yeah, if I can go through
So
this.
we'll let Scott go ahead and start though and do a quick update on where we're at and talk a little bit about what he projected for compensation as we normally would. And then Fred's going to take over and go walk through the model with you.
Take one. So, this is in essence the quarterly financial update where we're at, to go through just so that you're aware of, kind of where we are and so on and so forth. If you look at this, this is our historical property tax. So you can see it's relatively flat here. There's some fluctuations around here due to the downturn that we had in the economy there. What happens is our collections go down and then they come back up before 5 years is up because you have to pay your property taxes or you get your property taken away from you and nobody wants that. But if you do the average increase from this period and this period, it's $50,000 a year, and that's in essence the new growth that we get every year on average. The only time where we had our tax increase in we hit our fiscal year 2019, but it was the calendar year 2018. That was $920,000 or $980,000 that we received during that year. But you can see that we don't, in essence, save ourselves from property tax. It's very consistent and very flat year after year after year as it goes through that. So property, and that's about a third of our revenue budget there in rough terms. So it's just consistent, because $50,000 a year net increase, that doesn't do a lot in a $27 million budget.
Real quick, while we're talking property tax too, are you all aware there's a couple bills on property tax going through the legislature, one of which would limit it to a 5% increase.
So you got bills that will limit, but then you also have a shift, so you would give a higher, basically, deduction or whatever you would want to call it.
Residential
So what would, exemption, so what would happen though is, if you do not live in a community that can shift that financial burden onto business, then you would then be forced to raise taxes just to hit status quo.
Actually, that's not quite accurate. The certified tax rate would increase automatically.
Well, that's what I meant, sorry.
Yes.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
Well, you are forced, because it's automatic.
Yeah.
That's what I meant by forced.
Yes.
But yeah, but the issue with that, this gets into other things, but the issue with that also pushes it, it'll make it harder for economic development.
There's a lot of,
But yeah,
Especially in your bedroom communities like ours where we don't have a lot of commercial,
Exactly.
it's a huge downturn. For like a South Salt Lake or a Salt Lake City, they don't care because it doesn't make as big of an issue. But in an area that does not have a lot of commercial base, it's a dagger for commercial development.
and it's a huge issue for a lot of rural Utah that has none.
Yes.
That has zero.
And the problem is if this goes out to a vote, the typical homeowner will look at it and go, oh, I get a bigger deduction, this is a great thing.
That's right.
Not realizing that they're putting a knife in their back by doing that. And so it is not a good thing.
What was that?
They're going to put it on the ballot?
there's a resolution.
It's a constitution, it has to be a constitutional amendment. But yeah.
We're watching
I don't
things.
think, what we're seeing today, I do not believe will actually be what is eventually.
As we go through this, I just want to make you aware, because we'll watch that through the session and see where we end up. But
So this is our motor vehicle fee in lieu, and this somewhat mimics property tax. However, it's what is collected for motor vehicle fee during the calendar year. So we're almost completely caught up on this as it sits right now. We'll probably get another 25 to 50,000, so we're sitting at 385,000. We'll probably come close to mimicking what we got last year in terms of our motor vehicle fee in lieu. But no real concerns or anything in that one as we go through. And that's collections through January, but it's always a couple months behind in terms of actuals. Sales taxes. Oh, no, hold on. I wanted to go to this one first. Sales taxes. So sales taxes, what I actually have booked through is through the month of October's sales. And the month of October's sales were actually $17,000 behind what we were in the prior year. In the prior year, we got just under $9.2 million. Now, just yesterday, when I was at home, we got notification of our sales taxes for November. Have not yet booked that, but I plugged the number in, so this is the number. And that would put us $184,000 ahead of 2025 and right in line with where we are in our budget and everything. Now, you do get fluctuations month over month, because if somebody files their sales tax, reports late with the State Tax Commission, then that can get delayed a month or two. So don't get either overjoyed or overly alarmed by a month-to-month fluctuation in your sales taxes. You got to take it over a longer period of time, and this is now 5 months worth of data that we have, or less than half of the year. So just, don't get overly joyful or overly alarmed in terms of this, but at least we're sitting at a better place at the end of November than we were at the end of October. So, the county option highway sales tax, this is unique just here to Salt Lake County, because this is one of those taxes here. We're sitting about basically dead even with last year. We're 1,000 behind, 268,000 year to date. Again, this is through October, and I didn't get the update on this one because I wasn't as concerned about this particular sales tax. The county local transit sales tax. This is a new one for this year that we're actually not budgeted for yet. However, all of this must be used for capital projects, so it's not a sales tax that's going to come into the general fund and stay there. We'll bring it in, and then we'll transfer it right out to our capital improvements fund, so that we'll have an additional, right now it's on track to be about $400,000. I think that if I take the 4 months that we have and divide by 4 times 12, it ends up being $402,000. So it'll be right about there.
we were projecting that to be, I think, around 460 last year, but we're close.
Yeah. So we'll watch it, and we'll do a budget adjustment for this later in February when we get that. The transient room tax, currently we're sitting at 11,000 behind, except this one had a weird thing. Let me find my note. During October, man, my notes don't make any sense. So October was a bit of a short month for us, and last year, October was a higher month, and so, and then it reversed in November. And so again, this can be affected by reportings by the entities. So I expect that November will look better and will actually be ahead of where we were. And you can see that this last year, this blue here, it's a really small amount. So we got a lot in October and not as much here. So I'm expecting November to be more normal, I'll say, because we got a short October as it compared to last year. Now this is going to fluctuate because there's very few individual taxpayers that are paying us, reasonable amounts of money. There's lots of small ones, but the big ones are the couple of hotels that we have, plus, either one of the two larger short-term rental institutions that are out there.
Which is where we need Granicus to help us.
Yeah.
So we should have 500 payments according to Granicus.
Well, and hopefully that data is going to the state starts distributing it right.
I know.
Municipal energy tax, this is the tax on power and natural gas. We're sitting at a pretty good position. So right at this point in time, we're 13,000 ahead of last year. And remember, this includes a reduction on the rates that Enbridge Gas is charging from what it was a year ago. So it's good that we're sitting at a good place according to both comparing to last year and to what our budget was for this year. So the good thing is this is, you know, still tracking along about where we kind of thought it would probably track. So we have blips in the wintertime and blips in the summertime from this, because as the use goes up, we get more money. So cable TV, we're continuing to see downward, you know, trajectories. You see this going down from 322 to 271. My bet is we'll be a little below that for this year. We're 3.8 thousand behind 2025. It's only with 1 quarter, so it's really hard to get a trend off of that. But that's where we're kind of sitting at this point in time on that one. And this is one where I mentioned in our legislative meeting, if we were able to put a franchise tax on data, that would be a replacement for the loss of revenue in this particular area that's somewhat comparable to, you know, what this originally was based on it when it was originally envisioned. So Class C roads, we're sitting ahead of where we were last year, $105,000 ahead. We collected almost 1.6 million last year. We're budgeted at 1.6 million on the year. We could be ahead of that. Again, there can be some fluctuations on this based on habits of people driving. So we'll kind of wait and see, you know, where that comes in, but we're not doing bad. The overall general fund revenue, you can see in here that we have some pretty big fluctuations. I had included in the property tax tab all the collections that we had through January. And in January, we had a $1.4 million collection of property taxes, that's common that we have a spillover into January periodically from those collections. And that's not included in this graph because I limited it to just through December. So even though we're slightly behind here, it's because of the timing of that property tax collections that we get there. And I'm not concerned that we're behind or anything in our overall revenues in the general fund. But you can see that the big months for our collections are in November and December. Those are our 2 big months, and that's because that's when the bulk of our property taxes come into us. And then the last one is our spending. So the expense trends, I'm not seeing any concerns at this point in time there. We do generally have the first month of each quarter is a higher month. That's because our bill to fire is due, and that's more than $1 million, about $1.2 million that we have to pay out. And also at the beginning of the year, there are several things that we have to pay out in a larger amount, and so we see that coming through. But I'm not concerned that we're behind in any way, shape, or form. I wanted to go back here to the revenues. You see these revenues in 23 and 22 that were much higher. The reason those revenues are higher is we had, remember, $2 million in each of those years that was state and local fiscal recovery funds. So if you pulled that $2 million out of there, the trend of growth would be much more normal, because those were an abnormal or one-time type revenue that we received in those years. So anyhow, that kind of maybe helps to set the stage in terms of our revenues where we are right now. So any questions that anyone had? Okay.
To me?
I think so.
Okay.
Did it load up on your computer? And once you're ready to do, you just click the button on that.
Yeah, you should just go.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for having me this morning.
Yeah, my objective is to kind of present the effort that we've gone through relative to the financial sustainability model, and kind of highlight how we utilize that as a tool, and how that's available for you as a legislative body to utilize this tool as you work through the budget and planning and prioritization and looking to the future. One of the benefits of this exercise is being able to take this process and look beyond the current budget cycle. So often, the communities that we work with, you focus on the current year, make your budget, and then see what happens, right? This is really intended to allow for scenario analysis and look at future beyond just the current budget, and also understand the effects of multiple factors within the general fund. So we'll go through our model assumptions. We'll talk about some of the elements that are brought into this model. I'll highlight some scenarios that will look very bleak and discouraging. That's often what happens when we go through this exercise. Really what this is intended to do is, again, to highlight what tools do we have, you as a legislative body, what levers can you push and pull, and talk about prioritization and what that means. So our objective, we look at the historic general fund revenues and expenses and bring that into an Excel-based model. We make projections relative to inflation, revenue growth, and expense changes. And we collect new priorities, unfunded O&M, as well as one-time expenses that may need to be covered within the general fund. The reality of these funds are challenging, right? You have your general fund, and then you have enterprise funds and sub-funds where you will transfer monies to those funds to either comply with state statute or save money for capital improvements. To try to evaluate the true impact that you might have on your property tax, we pull some of that back in. So one-time expenses, for example, are likely going to fall within your capital projects fund, but we pull them in here to say, let's measure the amount of revenue we might need to fund those, recognizing that the expense and the revenue would be transferred at a future point. Rather than creating multiple tools for all of these sub-funds, we bring it all back into the general fund. So our objective is to look at the deficits and determine what we do about that, if anything. We're not coming in telling you what you have to do. That's your job as legislators. It's really, again, this is to highlight what the tool does and does not do, and get your input. See, okay, what scenarios do we want to look at? How do we prioritize? And I can model that. But I'm not the expert on Cottonwood Heights, you are, and so we need that input to see how we build this model so it works for you. Again, the ultimate objective here is to look at how do we make changes in the general fund to fund what levels of service we want to maintain. So our model looks at the 2019 through 2024 actuals, the 2025 projected actuals, and we start with the 2026 budget. We project that as long as we want. You can just add columns and columns into this model, but really we focus on a 5-year planning horizon as it relates to taxation or any sort of revenue policy. But we can look beyond that. We've started with an unrestricted fund balance of $4 million. What this is really trying to measure is the available revenue that you have right now to do whatever you want with. And say we could allocate it for one-time expenses, or we could fund operations, which I wouldn't recommend, but you can do whatever you want with that. There are some other funds that are earmarked for specific purposes, and we're not really measuring that here. We're trying to say, okay, what do we want to do with that unrestricted fund balance? What happens to it over time? And do we want to see that increase over time? We're also assuming that the general fund continues to transfer money out for debt service, also some capital improvement needs. And then we're trying to hit that 35% target, that is the maximum, as a percentage of revenue. So you can have a fund balance carryover essentially that is 35% of your total revenue generation. I always thought this was a little bit of a double-edged sword, because as you raise taxes, then your benchmark goes up because it's a percentage of revenue, not a percentage of expense. So that's something you may want to track over time as communities. It's not often. There are some communities that have very healthy fund balances, and they may say, hey, we don't want to get to 35% any longer because it just keeps going up as our revenue goes up. It's a little bit of a circular equation there. Alrighty, there's a lot of percentages on this slide here, but here what we're doing is, these are the assumptions we're making for our revenue growth. What I want to highlight is the ones up here. We're assuming no new property tax revenue other than the new growth of about $50,000 to $60,000 of revenue, new property tax revenue. So not a lot of new growth in Cottonwood Heights. It's that idea of the certified tax rate is lost sometimes on the public, right? That we don't actually get new revenue as property appreciates. I do a lot of watching of the news, and often when there's articles that come up relative to tax increases, I'll read the comments in the comment section, and a lot of it's like, municipal governments just get more and more money as our property value goes up, which is not true at all, right? That does not happen. So you're really only benefiting from that new brick and mortar valuation that happens in Cottonwood Heights, or if you have CRAs, redevelopment areas that expire, you can benefit from that. But if you don't have that new brick and mortar, then you don't have new property taxes. So we're not assuming any increases to the levy. We maintain the certified tax rate and then account for the new, true new growth within Cottonwood Heights.
So may I ask, are we?
Yeah.
Andrew? So the new gravel pit project, the north gravel pit, I know there's only, 300 units there, and we don't know if they'll be for sale or for rent. So even that project, we're not projecting any additional significant property tax
Not yet.
revenue?
Yes, but that is something we could program in the model. Say, do we want to escalate our growth? But right now, we've kept the status quo. So this model is really based on that.
One of the things is that has to be done by January of the year of measurement, in essence, December 31st of the year of measurement, and then you get revenue for that in November of the following year. So if it's not going to be done in order to hit this in a 4 years or less time frame, then it's not going to impact this at all. And I would say we're probably maybe on the early side, 4 to 5 years out, but we don't even really know because there's no building permits that have been really issued and all that. So we don't know when that's going to occur, so we'll have to watch that. It could impact the later years in this model, but at this point in time, there's no surety in any of that, so I would say don't estimate it.
So Rockworth hasn't indicated whether they're apartments for rent or whether
Well, they
they're
have the
for sale
they have the
product?
apartment building. What's in question is whether or not they're doing a hotel or another residential product.
Yeah,
So
okay.
there are apartments going in for rent product. But as Scott said, we can build that into the model as it becomes more firm.
But I mean, what level of significance could that have in the best case scenario?
It would be a good bump for that year, but what we're trying to do here are trends. So
Yeah.
so that's why we're not building it in here, is because these are the trends for the year, and so.
But I do want to highlight there's flexibility to address those types of scenarios. If we look to the beyond the next year, we say, hey, we do want to see what that does to our performance. Because we can often, in our minds, assign a weight to a specific environmental factor. And that weight can be more or less pronounced, right, depending on our perspective. This allows us to help evaluate that and say, is it going to help us, or is it a drop in the bucket, right, that really doesn't move the needle? And so we have flexibility to bring that kind of stuff in, and so we'll definitely take input and modify as needed. What some entities do is will incorporate this in their annual budgeting process, so that as we add years, then those assumptions can be pulled in when we know, when they're coming on. The other thing I wanted to point out on this slide is the general sales and use tax growth rate here. We have it at about 2.6%. This is based on discussion with Scott and saying, okay, what has happened historically? Even with that 2.6%, there may be a little risk, right? If your sales tax stays stagnant, then that could be 0% growth. Or you could have a little more robust growth. This is really the elephant in the room when it comes to assumptions, because it's all about risk. This is your risk portfolio here. If we say we're gonna plan on more sales tax and it doesn't happen, then you're in a little bit of trouble. If we under project, then you've put a little more weight on the property tax than maybe you need to. But looking at your trends, I guess my concern would be is if we put too much on sales tax, it looks like you're slowing down in that area. We have some growth in the other categories. We do have the cable TV decreasing, as Scott discussed. We're showing that declining over time. Then some conservative growth assumptions in those other buckets relative to the other revenues. In addition, we bring in new capital improvement. These are one-time expenses. Essentially what we've done with staff is said, give us everything that is over and above your budget, what you're currently receiving in your budget. We need one-time expenses and ongoing costs. And we'll build all of that into our model right now. And essentially we're saying, okay, depending on your perspective, worst case scenario, right, of let's get all of those requests on the table. Now, the reason why I say it depends on your perspective is this does represent a lot of dollars, but it also represents a level of service. That every dollar that you spend represents something you provide to the community. So it's important to keep that in mind, because that's really what we're juggling here is what is the level of service you are willing and wanting to provide. But this gives an idea of those capital costs or one-time expenses that we're bringing into the model, that we're saying the general fund has to come up with some revenue to make this happen. In addition, we've brought in the ongoing operational expenses. You can see here it's front-loaded. We've essentially said, okay, everybody wants increases in the next budget, and then we're adding inflation and any additional increases thereafter. So it really starts high and grows, right? Because we're adding additional requests and inflation on top of that base. It's a lot, you know. When we look at these numbers, there's a lot of requests out there for employees, software, upfront COLA adjustments, materials, equipment, just a laundry list of items there.
Quick question for you, is that, these numbers that I'm looking at, are we going from 2 and then growing up to that 4, or is this, you're adding 3 million in 28, and you're adding 4 million?
This is growing, yes. Well, it is added each year, but it's not. I'm not taking 2.8 and then adding 3 million to the 2.8. It comes in at 2.8 million in 2027.
So you're needing to add 800,000 from 2027 to 2028.
Yes.
But in 27, we're talking, if we were to do everything that we put in here, which obviously never happens, but we would be adding 2.8 million to cover everything that we're requesting, or that we say we would like to do for service.
But then the next year is adding the 800,000 on top of that, yeah.
How does that make sense though? Because from 29 to 30, it looks like it's a $120,000 increase, but your COLA would be
Yeah, this is not just inflation. So we have additional requests that happen in future years.
Right, but you're lower on, from like 2020,
Some of
2030
the
to
capital
2031.
declined in some of those years too,
Okay,
so.
okay, got that,
We need to
okay.
balance, figure out the balance. The
Gotcha,
whole
gotcha.
budget is the
That
issue.
makes more sense,
Yeah.
thanks.
Some of the capital department, for
Yeah,
like
back
road
like one
reconstruction,
or
for
two
example.
on your screen spread, there was,
Okay.
if you look at that, see the capital's down in some of those years in the
Oh,
middle.
yes, okay.
And so
So
it's
it's
kind of,
request that year.
yeah.
Okay. So you're just assuming what we already have
No, that should be
projected?
it, because this isn't adding to the capital. The capital is a separate bucket.
Oh, okay,
This
so
is,
this is not the capital.
Because that would assume you'd only have $120,000 COLA over that year, which I don't think we've ever seen that.
yeah, I'll double check that. This isn't, this really represents upfront adjustments. There were requests by budgets to say, hey, we need to get back on track relative to a specific expenditure line item. And then from there, we grow the general buckets by 3%. So I'll double check that, the difference in these numbers here. I mean,
This
I've
thing's
got,
really small as you get further out.
Yeah.
yes.
He's projecting very low inflation. I think that's what he's saying, right?
Well, we have,
And no raises.
Which would be great.
No
if-
raises.
yeah, I mean,
If we didn't.
Negative inflation.
Well,
Negative.
that would also be a problem.
That will not happen, yes.
Then our sales
That would
tax
be-
revenues
That would be a bigger problem,
Has that ever happened?
a recession,
Oh,
no.
yeah.
Negative inflation?
yeah, I mean,
Well, it has
I
in
think it
various parts
has.
of the
Yeah, it
world, and
has.
it's a very
Very
problematic,
little
yeah.
blips, but-
Because people hold onto their money anticipating lower costs, and so it just creates a spiral of a recession, depression.
Yeah, then we're having retreats daily.
The recession.
Daily retreats for the council at that
Velocity of money
point.
went
Don't
down to
tease us,
zero.
How many days?
Daily
are there
retreats.
on the road?
Yeah, I mean, I'll double check. We have multiple factors coming in. For example, like when you look at general admin, we'll bring in some, like this was an upfront adjustment. And then we bring in FTEs later on down the line, so 2029 adds some costs here. But I'll double check our inflationary percentages on those numbers. To just make sure, I mean, we do have
can
some
look into
negative numbers that are brought in as we have adjusted expenses, so there is some of that happening where we're crediting in some instances. And we'll send out this full spreadsheet so you can see all of the new expense line items that we're bringing into this model and what that looks like, because there's obviously going to be some discussions relative to prioritization. But they're not, I do want to point out, this is a separate bucket, this is one-time expense, and this is ongoing expense that we're saying we're going to add to our analysis. Alrighty, so in addition to that, those buckets, those major buckets of one-time and operational costs, we did add some additional lease assumptions relative to equipment that was requested, and so there's a large list of equipment that's being included with a lease schedule associated with those pieces of equipment, so some are on a 5-year, some on a 10-year, looking at adding additional payments. We've also added additional adjustments to the police vehicle lease, showing increases in future years of about 10% as you renew those leases for police vehicles. In addition, we have general inflation on the base budget. So again, our objective is to try to identify the factors that are influencing the general fund, and when we summarize those, there's really 3 factors that influence this. One is just base inflation, so you have a level of service you currently provide, and as you continue to provide that, that cost goes up every year. And then we have the increase in our operational expenses as we add levels of service or request additional levels of service, or we have unfunded needs that we need to bring into the model. So layering on the unfunded O&M or level of service increase, and then that one-time bucket, saying we have some projects we want to try to use the general fund to help fund. So those are the major expense factors. On the revenue side, again, it's determining how we want to grow our revenue line items, and how aggressive do we want to be, or how conservative. In most entities, you will under-project revenues and over-project expenses. And so we often start at a deficit where we're essentially in the hole, and our model perpetuates that. So we do need to keep that in mind. Also, as you get to actuals, hopefully what happens is because you've under-projected revenues and over-projected expenses, when you get to your actual figures, you're more balanced, or you're actually contributing to fund balance potentially. I highlight that because right now the model is based off your 2026 budget and includes all of the non-operating and transfers, which essentially is showing a spend down of your fund balance, and that is perpetuated moving forward. So we have to potentially address that or determine how you want to deal with that moving forward, whether we based off actuals or make some adjustments there.
Can I just say on that real quick too, Scott's done a really good job over the last several years doing that, just that, and underestimating revenues and overestimating expenses but that number at the end of the year of our savings has gotten smaller and smaller as we've tried to continue to operate without getting those inflationary increases that we should have had. And so that number that we're carrying over each year is getting smaller and smaller. So
yeah, $4 million of unrestricted fund balance is not a lot for your budget. It's just a very small number. Alrighty, so now we're going to highlight some scenarios. Again, this is really just showing what happens if we do nothing except inflation. So we just say maintain that and our revenue projections. Are we okay? And then the second is to look at bringing everything in the model, and obviously that's the more scary scenario. So I'll kind of highlight those here, and then we'll talk about that. I have the model, and we can I can open that up, and we can talk about percentage increases. So I didn't calculate a percentage increase for your property tax, because when I did that, I also got scared and said, okay, let's talk about this first before I scare you with big numbers. So this scenario one, again, is no new property tax. We're keeping the one-time expense and all the new O&M out of there. We're not using any bonding tools or anything like that, but we are continuing our inflationary increases and lease payments and looking at that.
So this is kind of a no change scenario.
Yes, and it's in line with what you've described, Jared, which is the trend is you're using your fund balance, and at some point that trend is it will go away. It can't last forever, and that's essentially what we're showing here. Is we'll have a couple of years on that $4 million, but using your budget numbers, we can't. We've got just a couple of years, so it's not going to last. Again, our target is to try to get to 35%. You're already starting under, and then we use that up and we fall behind.
So this is 26, 27, and you're saying in 28 would be -4. Right.
Yes.
And what is the assumption with Hillside? Do we know yet? Or what are we estimating?
It's a real rough estimate because we really don't know until things start playing out, but you probably won't have a full build out for at least 2 years, if not 3. The full build out with lease and sales tax, I'm estimating between $1.5 and $2 million total revenue.
And sales tax revenue?
Sales tax and lease payment.
Well, and we're guessing the initial land lease
We'll
would
catch up
be
to inflation.
maybe 27, 28 at $200,000 in that year, because that would be very early on, probably no real sales tax generation at that point in time and stuff like that.
So is that incorporated in this? And I know Ellen asked about the gravel pit property,
Yeah,
which
not
for
in-
sure would be on.
Yeah, not in this, because that would be well out of the range of where, we need to address it prior to when those
It would
revenues would
be
be coming
fiscal
in.
year, probably year 2 or year 3 before we're actually seeing leases and sales tax.
No,
I
it
understand.
could be-
I understand.
But,
Could be
but
added.
yes, if there are assumptions like this that affect year 4 or 5, then that would influence our strategy of how do we either bridge the gap until we get there, or how do we utilize those assumptions plus taking action to achieve a desired
I
outcome.
don't think it's going to change the numbers much, but I do think with Hillside and, as Ellen brought up, the gravel
The gravel
pit,
pit.
we should incorporate those into the
Yes.
number, because those are approved things that we know are
We
happening.
can work on that as we get more solid numbers and throw those in and see, kind of figure out, try to guess which years those are gonna come in.
I see Shane thinking.
I guess on the town center, I would say that there's still uncertainty there. We have up to 3 years before we have to deliver the site, and we don't have a signed lease yet. We have a signed agreement to lease, and there are contingencies and uncertainties until we get perhaps 3 years down the road. And at that point, if the lease is signed, then money will start flowing. So to me, it's a little bit of a longer-term prospect that maybe has been mentioned.
Trying not to be pessimistic or optimistic, but realistic.
Realistic.
We're not sure where to put it yet.
Yeah.
That's right.
But again, great examples of
Yeah.
elements that we can wrap in and create scenarios around that and see what it does to the performance. And so I'll work with staff to build that into the model, to add additional scenario analysis.
And one of the uncertainties with that is, like, on the gravel pit, we know it's coming. What year is it gonna come? Is it gonna be this year or this year? You know what I mean? And just a 1 year, discrepancy when it comes in can affect these models a lot. So until we get some more clarity, sometimes it's better to leave it out until you know that it's gonna come in.
And the reason why that is, from my perspective, is the power of cumulative impact, right? If you pull it in at the front of the model, then you're benefiting that in the model every year. Whereas if you wait till the end, then it impacts the model, but it's a single point of impact. So that is the risk of, if you bring it in too early, then you have a compounding effect there. Also, the ending cash reserves, that is cumulative as well, so it's adding that up and saying, okay, we're essentially digging a deeper hole.
Which we're not allowed to do.
No, yeah, that's not actually possible,
And
yeah.
even
So-
year 1, we're right at the border of what we're allowed. Is that right?
Yeah, year 1, we're gonna struggle, so.
Year 1, aren't we supposed to have about that amount by law?
Yeah.
Yes, you can, I think it's, 6 or 8%.
That's about roughly 6%.
Yeah.
And then in addition, you need about another 700-ish thousand to cover compensated absences. So
we're
you're
no-
short
no.
at that point in time.
This year's not playing yet. I thought we had another year after this, but when we started doing the numbers and crunching.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Flame out in a year.
Exactly.
Yeah. I want that to be clear.
Okay. This is a
Alrighty,
burden
so-
inherited, yes.
This is obviously, what I do want to point out is this does include some of the lease assumptions relative to, again, increases to public safety and other vehicle needs, but does not include the new O&M expense requests or the one-time expenses. So that just compounds the problem and makes it look really bad. So you can see here,
Wait, go back to scenario 2, please. Can I see those assumptions again quickly? Scenario 2.
Oh, sorry.
Assumptions.
Yeah.
No new property tax.
Yep.
All new seed, no additional bonding.
So it's bringing in all of that one-time expense and all of the ongoing new O&M. So those two tables that I showed, add in,
Oh, yeah.
4.5, $5 million of additional cost. And to put that into perspective, your property tax is a little over $8 million, right? So we generate $8 million in property tax, and the one-time expense plus the new O&M is $5 million out of the gate. So that's a big nut to crack relative to how much property tax. And again, the issue here is our natural growth in revenue is not sufficient to handle even inflation, because our sales tax revenues are slowing down. That unless we bring in some of those assumptions that we've talked about, where we're going to generate new forms of sales tax in the form of new growth, your base is not sufficient to handle inflation. So our certified tax rate on the property tax side is very beneficial in that it keeps us whole relative to the prior year. So in other states, there are instances where property tax revenue will fluctuate as property depreciates or appreciates. So you benefit from the appreciation, but if your property depreciates, then revenues decrease. Utah's great in that you can never lose ground, but you don't gain relative to inflation. Your other revenues are intended to cover that, or new growth. So we're definitely a growth-based state, and so that growth for a lot of communities helps fund increases to level of services until you get to that point where Cottonwood Heights is at, which is you're pretty well grown. You're grown up. We just now have to manage that level of service.
But it's really interesting. I mean, sales tax should be inflation-proof, because you think as prices go up, we get more sales tax. But we're not seeing that, so we have this double hit.
Yes.
We have not inflation-proofed our budget on our property tax side because of truth in taxation, and then for some reason our sales tax isn't keeping up with inflation as it should.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that's because there are several factors with sales tax. Again, those communities that have high growth often see their sales tax able to cover the inflationary increases relative to providing municipal services. But it's the increased spending as well as the growth in the community that brings in more sales tax revenues. Alrighty, so yes, this is bringing kind of everything in that has been sent to us. And again, that's front-loaded, so we haven't prioritized nor removed anything or pushed anything out. It's just, let's take everything in. Obviously, that's going to cause even more trouble, right? And that bringing all that in year one really creates some challenges for us. So that makes it tough.
Let me just say too, when we went through this with the department heads, it wasn't like we're just asking for all this stuff we want. These are things that have been put off for years that we feel like we need to continue and maintain the level of service that we have for our residents and increase some of those things that we've been asked to do. So it's not, I don't want you to think that we're just like, yeah, we're just asking for the moon here. These are things that for years we've done more with less, and now we're at that point where we can't continue the level of service we have unless we have this, so we either need to reduce the level of service or we need additional resources. And some things in here were new, and so you'll see those in the model, like if we talked about doing our own parks division, what that would come out to and what that would look like, and take over maintenance of our parks. Because we're almost to that break-even point there with what we pay to the district, so that'll be in there. Things like that are in there as well, but things like a building facilities maintenance for our buildings, which we do not have an adequate budget for that. We do not have personnel for that, so those are in there as well. But just so you know, they work really hard to try to figure out what we really needed. It's not like we're asking for all the new stuff.
Yeah.
So.
And we've created a PDF that we'll send that has those assumptions relative to the new O&M and the new one-time expenses for you to look at. I wanted to summarize again what we've discussed, which is we're using the 2026 budget, including transfers for capital projects as our starting point. So that budgeting practice to, again, be aggressive on expense and maybe a little conservative on revenue is perpetuated in the model. So some entities will look at that and say, hey, can we tighten that up? For example, and say maybe use an estimated actual for 26 rather than the budget. The challenge with that is it steps out of the standard of practice essentially and can create some risk for you. So we want to be careful relative to that. Again, highlighting the fact that the model is showing conservative or I guess actually more realistic growth assumptions relative to your base revenue growth. So your expenses are outpacing that revenue growth unless we bring in some of those additional assumptions relative to new development. And then layering on the new O&M and the CIP just compounds the problem that we're seeing already, which is inequality between revenue and expense. So that's kind of what we wanted to share with you relative to the model and where we're at. Our solutions will be to look at what do we do with the lever that you have direct control over, which is property tax. There are other solutions when it comes to revenue generation that are important but less impactful. For example, you can go through and reevaluate all your fees, which Jared has talked about, is saying, hey, let's make sure the charges for services match the cost so that we're not losing any money there. We do those studies, and we've evaluated that for many communities. There can be some impact there, but it's not not going to solve a $1 million plus issue.
In a broad sense, we've looked at that, and if we doubled all our fees, we'd maybe bring in another $1 million, depending on what we look at. But we do need to do a comprehensive fee study, which hasn't been done since I don't know when. I don't know where the old one is, honestly. I can't find an old one, so we do need to do a new fee study to reevaluate our fees, because they are lower than a lot of our cities around the valley. So
and one area
next year
that
I plan on doing that.
Yeah.
So.
One area that there can also be a shift in how fees are assessed is in your business license fee category. There's a way to assess disproportionate fees. But that's really a shift. It shifts maybe from general taxation to a specific disproportionate fee, and there's some economic ramifications of that. So
we have those now. They're pretty low.
Yes.
I don't think they match what other jurisdictions have. So.
Yeah, we've.
I think you probably pulled them to compare to other jurisdictions.
Yeah, so a disproportionate fee would be like for like a hotel where if there's more police calls, it takes that into account in addition to the base license fee.
There's additional
or a
impacts
pawn
on
shop
city services or regular use.
Right.
Then we can charge a higher fee.
So, for example, I work with South Jordan on their fee schedule, and often when you look at like big box or convenience stores or hotels, they have a lot of calls for service, and those fees can be several thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. Most will, in those studies, will show that, but most will not adopt that. So they'll say, okay, well, our fee right now is $500. We're okay to go into $3,000. So we may get a couple $100,000 of additional fee revenue. That's usually the swing we see in those because of policy considerations and not going to that maximum. So in context, of a multiple $1 million shortfall, a couple $100,000 will be helpful, but not going to solve it.
But in order to raise fees and bring them up to anywhere, we have to justify them through the study. So we have to have a study in place. And then like Fred said, then it's up to you to decide, do we really want to charge what we can charge, or does that stymie growth in that sector and we really want more of that come in?
So in addition to that, looking at what tools you can control, it then becomes a matter of prioritization and reevaluation. So that reevaluation comes in the form of really two major elements, which is changing or adjusting your current level of service. Another way to put that is cuts. You're sort of saying, okay, how do we cut what we have now? Which that can be very painful, right? That again, if you look at dollars as a level of service, then we're determining what levels of service are we removing from our general fund. And then the second item is prioritization of the future. Of how do we control costs or prioritize costs moving forward so that we ensure that we're including only those things that we want to include in the model. Again, we've got that information from staff and said, let's put it all in there, but you as legislators have to determine what are we willing to put dollars to in the budget. Again, as it relates to level of service. With regards to next steps, we want as much input as possible relative to scenario evaluation, what you want to see from this model or in this model. We will create those scenarios and work with staff to gather additional information and then come back to you and show you more details relative to the model itself, address questions, and make sure we're heading in the right direction and give you as much information as you need and want so that you can make decisions moving forward. This is not a required process, so there's nothing in state statute that says you need to have a comprehensive financial sustainability plan relative to the general fund. This has evolved really from a standard of practice that most municipalities go through relative to enterprise funds, where we would go through and look at rates and make sure those were up to date. And the basis of an enterprise fund is to ensure that it's self-sufficient and sustainable. The general fund is a melting pot of revenues and expenses, and often it was just evaluated on an annual basis. So a lot of communities have taken that concept of annual evaluation and applied it to the general fund and built models that they update every year. So I work with several entities where I'll come back every year and we just refresh the model and add years and say, okay, let's stay ahead of the game rather than being reactive. That is a self-serving plug, right? Because now that generates business for me year after year. You don't have to do that. I have an Excel model that I've built, and some entities will say, hey, we'll play around with it and look at it, and they may call me up and say, hey, can you just help us update the model, but we'll take it from here, or they work with it in-house. The main objective is to take this concept of planning and apply it to the general fund. Rather than just looking at it on an annual basis, this tool is intended to allow you to look long-term. What it doesn't do is it doesn't serve as your budgeting document. So you're going to go through this budgeting process every year. We take that and feed it into this so it gives you a bigger picture, but it's not intended to replace that budgeting process. So some entities kind of get hung up on that. It's more of a bigger picture approach. How do we look at trends and tax policy and make adjustments?
My intent was so that we can make some data-driven decisions rather than what I felt were just kind of gut decisions that we've been making. And so this felt like something that would really help us determine and understand what the true cost of providing what we want to provide is.
Alrighty, so that's kind of the big picture. I did want to show, this is where, if you were to sleep, maybe that when anybody sees Excel, that can do one of two things. Either it's exciting or everybody turns off.
This is where you determine if you want to be an accountant or not.
Yeah, geez. If I had known.
Or you want to go into planning, right?
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. So this is just to give you an idea of how the model is organized. Again, what we do is we look at a structure that follows your budgeting process. So we have a bucket of revenues here. We say, okay, let's make projections relative to that. We look at your expense. We add in non-departmental or non-operating expenses. Again, that's your transfers to the road fund or water fund, other transfers or non-departmental expenses. We bring in debt service, and then we look at the net impact over time. In addition, so here you can see this is where we bring in new O&M, and we have ways to turn that on and off. So we have, this is so we can kind of keep it separate. The reality is all of those new operational expenses will go into the specific departments that they are serving. But we like to keep that separate so we can say, okay, what happens if we turn that on? What happens if we turn on our CIP and our new lease payments in that year? we can see that come online here. This now assumes just a one-time allocation and then it goes away, which isn't what would really happen. If you turned those on, they would stay on, right? Operational expenses come online and kind of stay online. But it allows us to do that, to turn those on and layer it into the model and see what happens. On the one time, I could say, well, let's fund one of those, but we're not going to fund any future capital one-time expenses. We're just going to do those identified in 2027. But again, the objective of this model is to be able to turn those on and off and say what happens when we do that. We can pick what we turn on, what we turn off. In addition, we have all those assumptions relative to our growth, so we could say, well, what if we were more conservative or aggressive relative to sales tax? What would that do? And it would allow us to see what happens relative to this pro forma and determine if that's beneficial or not. So that's the organization of the model. There's a lot obviously baked into that, a lot of hidden cells that are there if we need them. So here you can see all the historic actuals that we have baked into the model, but we hide those, so if we don't want to look at that, we can focus on future years. But it's all in there, so we can create that scenario analysis and look at different outcomes. Here are the new capital improvement projects. So again, I've created a PDF. We'll send that to you, but you'll be able to see the project, the description. We have a way to turn that on and off again. So based on your prioritization, we can change whether it's in the model or out, or if we want to push that out to a future year, what does that look like? And so we can move things around there. And then our new O&M here.
Trigger is 1 because you're either turning it on or off. Is
Yes.
it 0, 1, or could it be a 2 or 3? If we have that expense in a few years.
We use 0 and 1. It's,
You choose 0 and 1.
it's just, yep, turning it on or off.
0 and 1, and then the year.
Yep. There's also an ability to change the value. So if we say, oh, we want to put a little more in here, we can do that. Say, hey, that's
And your
not a-
core inflation percentage is 2.6%.
What's that?
And in this entire model, your inflationary is
no.
2.6.
That's on the sales tax revenue side. We're using just a general inflation of 3%.
3%,
Yeah.
that would be better, okay. I was going to question you on that, so thank you.
Yeah, yeah,
It's historically. right
On
around
average,
3%,
yeah.
right?
yeah.
And we have those blip years that have cursed us. in the
Yes.
past few.
And then here's the new O&M tab. Again, you can expand all of this. We'll send this over to you, but it has the same concepts here with how we pull that into the model and how we inflate that. And then we have our new lease vehicles here, which show, that's pretty small, sorry, where we're bringing in a lot of vehicles and showing those based on a specific lease schedule. So some are at a 10-year, some are at a single payment, and some are...
So you know, these are not all new vehicles, these are replacements, most of these are replacements. So, I want you to freak out over it.
Yep, other
Why are we getting 30 new trucks?
Yep. So those are the kind of the background tabs within this model. Again, I'll send the PDFs for all of those so you can look at that. All of that feeds into this, where we can turn those on and off in total, or we can turn them on and off individually by expense line item. Alrighty, that is a lot. Any specific questions, comments, concerns?
No, thank you. This is eye-opening and right on for what, a lot of it is what we knew the situation was and expected. So this gives us a great platform to work from.
The direction I'd like to get out of this is, what do we as staff need to look at as far as when we go through and try to put together a more detailed budget proposal? What are we looking at in terms of revenue? So I'm asking you, where are we at? Are we looking at reevaluating / cutting? Are we looking at a tax increase? Are we looking at both? Where are we gonna end up so that Scott and I can go back with the department heads and really look into this and go, okay, this is, so we can go through all these proposals and these requests and say, like you saw, there's $2.8 million in requests for next year. I know we're not gonna get that, the same as last year. We brought you kind of everything. We can push some of those out to future years as we need to and shove those out, but we kind of need a target of what we're looking for from you in order to come back with a good, solid proposal that we can talk through in the next month and a half. And that's where I'm going to leave it for you guys to talk. So.
One way to go about this would be to limp along until we get the gravel pit online, and until we get the town center. I know those are uncertain, so from my education, you really can't guarantee anything. Well, it's not guaranteed, but 18 months, anything beyond 18 months is uncertain. So we have these 5-year models, but really every year or two you reevaluate. So limping along is one way to go about it, but that also means at least some increase in our property tax. And what can we do to save money until we have these new online, or new revenues online? I just don't have a sense yet of what the revenue increase has to be. Is it 30%? Is it 50%? It sounds like a shocking number.
Brad, we've talked a little bit, and I think Scott's got a number too. But.
Okay. What are you thinking it needs to be? And how long does that
So
tax revenue
25%, let's see, we're at, yeah, that's another $2 million, right? If you do 25% increase in 1 year.
So every 10% is an $800,000 increase.
Yeah.
So I show if with turning everything off, including the replacement vehicles that we had on that lease schedule, so saying that we're not going to replace those vehicles, just keep what we have. 25%, it doesn't achieve the target amount by the 5th year, so we still get into trouble down the road because again, what happens with one-time increases is you fix the problem today, but the same factors that affected you before will continue to affect you. So the increase in inflation relative to your revenue will continue to erode your fund balance, and you'll just get back into the situation. So it looks like a 25% increase turns the table, but maybe until you have some of those future assumptions. So I would recommend a policy, if you were to do that, if we said, hey, we're not going to do any new O&M, no new capital, we're just fixing the problem before us, an upfront increase with annual inflationary increases to say, hey, let's stay ahead of inflation. So let our sales tax increase, but also our property tax should go up by 3% every year, some percentage that we just adjust. One way entities do that is by keeping their tax rate the same year after year. So what actually happens is because of appreciation, your property tax decreases every year, so it naturally goes down.
Your mill rate?
Yes, the mill rate goes down. Some entities will say, no, let's keep it constant, so we're not going to let it decrease. That requires a truth in taxation hearing. But that's a way to capture appreciation, which is a reflection of inflation. It's not the only way to do that. But so let's keep our tax rate constant every year, and that's a way to capture inflation. So if you were to do something like that, and you said let's do inflationary increases thereafter, then yeah, you're a little bit better off.
So to my council colleagues, I actually went back and looked, and since 2018, there has been an overall 29% inflation. And in 2018, my understanding from the history, and which you all informed us of, is that they really just brought the city whole to that year. They didn't look forward, and ARPA funds bailed us out. But if we did a 29% inflation, let's say, or increase in property tax this year, that's only to bring us whole in that theory.
Yeah.
And then then this council could set a target and say, well, if we have to give COLA adjustments and other things every single year, then we might have to think about doing a truth in taxation every single year just to keep up with inflation.
Yeah.
Yes.
This really illustrates kind of what you were talking about. This is the year when we did our property tax increase. And property tax increase was about $1 million a year, to $980,000. So if this would not have happened, you would have been down here just above $3 million for that revenue there. Because this is the line that we took, our actual line. This line is the line, this line less our one-time revenues of our CARES funds and then our ARPA funds. And so this is where we would be. Why this got so good here is we had a 17% year-over-year sales tax increase and an 11% year-over-year sales tax increase in a couple of these years, which was totally unprecedented. We weren't expecting that, and that buoyed us. If not, we probably would have been something like that. But we with all these funds that came in, we went super high, totally unexpected. And then we're coming down. We got to this point in time, there's a little fluctuation because some of it's actuals and some of it was projection, and they were off about 100,000 of each other. And this is when we were anticipating the Hillside Plaza bond for the GO bond and stuff. So this was in July through August of 2024. And initially we thought different things were going to occur to bring us out in this area. Some of this out here was $1.7 million a year of lease revenue that now looks like is not going to be anywhere near that. The other items that happened is we were anticipating about $400,000 a year of property tax increase, and we have now, we're at the end of the third year where the net increase in those 3 years is $100,000. So the compounded effect in our model of having flat sales taxes really kicked us from way out here down to here. And then also, when you get out into this area, the compounded effect of the lease revenues really kicked us down to where we're on this line coming down because our sales taxes aren't performing. And we reevaluated, and the amount that I have in the sales tax projection now is $250,000 a year rather than $400,000 a year. And it looks like we'll probably be around that for this year, but we're still early in the year in terms of, being able to anticipate that. So we had a question at one point in time of why are we not out here? Well, it's because a multitude of different things, but sales taxes aren't performing, and the lease revenue, the land lease revenue is anticipated to be much less, and it doesn't come in until this year when we're already down below our minimums. And so at that point in time, even though it's great that it comes in, it's a little too little and too late in terms of how do we fix the problem in these years that we're looking at.
So it's just lease payment, it doesn't, and we really can't model yet sales tax or property tax from that.
Yeah, because it depends what goes in.
Like Shane says, it could be 3 years from now before we actually have a signed lease and we start construction. It could be sooner, hopefully it's sooner, but with the complications that have come that we've discovered in this project, and that we've talked about before, and we'll talk about at lunch too a little bit. But
And then we've got free and reduced rent for time after that, so it's going to be...
And I show that 25% plus a 3% property tax increase thereafter just keeps you at $4 million. So if those future assumptions may help get you closer to the 35% target, because 4 million is not.
And 35 may be high, I mean, that's the state maximum that we can do, is 35%, but you just need to remember that those unrestricted funds are what we should be using to grant match and do one-time projects and fill emergency needs and...
So if it's not 4 million, what's the number? What do you want to be at?
35%, what would we be at?
35% would put us between $9 and $10 million. I don't have it calculated exactly.
Can't have over that.
Yeah. And again, that goes up as your revenue goes up, so.
Yeah, because it's a calculation of revenue, and our revenue's pushing on 30 million.
4 for a city of our size would be decent if we weren't budgeting out of it for ongoing costs every year.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the struggle we're
That's the
having.
problem.
Okay.
So I
think-
can't take money out of that 4 million to grant.
Yeah,
to
if it
match
was
grant
me right
funds.
now, I would like 5 to 6 million, because then you don't run into problems. The closer you run to your minimums, you start having to plan when you can do expenditures, because again, remember, our revenues don't come in even throughout the year. And November and December is the bulk of our property tax comes in that time frame, and then your sales taxes is 2 months behind. So oftentimes, you have to delay capital type expenditures till after the first of the year in cases where you're running at a minimum budget, because you can't not pay your people. That has to be a priority, and some of those kinds of things.
One of the other things that happens too is your balance drops. It's minimal, but it's still significant, is that the amount of interest we earn starts to shrink. And so over the years that we've been spending out of the reserve, we've had less revenue off the interest as well. I'm sure those, I think in the model you showed us a -5% each year, because as that balance goes down, our interest drops.
Look, I know, when 35% increase can sound scary, and I handed Jared an article that was actually in our city
I should have
journal.
brought it, sorry.
That was, I can't
Send it
remember,
out.
it was written, it said, what $7 a month increase for Salt Lake County gets you? And so everyone was so afraid about the, like, I don't know, it was 19% they suggested?
That was Amy
Oh my
Winter.
gosh! But it's really $7 a month, so I'm skeptical of percentages, because I want to see what that is a percentage of. And when we think about this, how much does that actually increase the average person's property tax per month for the average value home?
I think we looked at it, Scott, and it was like, I think based on the average home value, property taxes to the city was about $50 a month, is what
And that's
an
the
average
total
resident.
bill
average.
right now.
So if
And
you
so
increase it by
city tax.
30%, that's going to be a $15 increase, so $65 a month.
Yeah.
Great math. That's
It's,
about
when I did it roughly when we were first talking about this, the 30% is about what ended up once we fund the full GO bond, that's what that amount was to.
I think it's great to talk about the dollar amount rather than the increase.
We have to
percentage.
advertise the percentage by law, but
But we can
the discussion
also-
and the education is,
We can also
Yeah.
advertise and
So
talk
sorry.
about what we get. Please, go ahead.
Walk me through this, sorry. You were saying $50 a month is what, on average, they're paying today, is
For
that
the
right?
average home value, that would be the property tax, and that's a rough estimate.
Existing,
I mean,
is that correct?
Yeah.
And is that with the bond passing?
That's
For
what,
Hillside?
that's what's on their county tax bill for city
But I think,
municipal
yes.
tax. So I don't know, is it a separate line item for the bond?
This is
You do have two line items, your geo levy and your judgment and debt levy.
residents.
So there are two separate levies. I don't know if
Hang
that's-
on, let
I
me.
think 50 is just the municipal tax.
So the municipal tax for the base for the city is $585 per month on the average home.
Per year.
Per year. And so that's $48 a month. And then there's another $94 that's added on there, so that's $7.85. So the total tax monthly is $56 a month for the average home.
That's also, just keep in mind, that's without the additional
10 million.
10 million.
So that could go up another, say, $4 roughly because of the additional 10 million.
So
It'll be in that
it's
range.
probably,
$60 right now.
Yeah, so you'd be 60, 61.
but annually for the bond, we're at $94 a year?
Right now, yes, with the.
So like maybe $100 in total?
Yes,
a year.
$94, yeah.
Well, when we take out more of the money on the bond. And then, what's being sorry, was there a number thrown out of how much it would cost annually for, were you saying 30%?
A 30% increase would be on average a $15 increase per month for the average, for the median
Yeah.
price
And
home.
the 30% increase is only on the base revenue,
Only
it's
on
not
the-
on the GO bond revenue.
Right, it's only
And
on the
so,
property taxes,
yeah,
right.
so keep that in
It's on the
mind.
$48
Yeah.
amount to
So-
60, whatever.
So annually, so the bond ended up costing people about $100 a year.
Well, but it'll go
And
up
then-
in another year, or so it'll go up by another,
But that's
Thirty.
accounting for the increase.
That's
oh, that's
Yeah.
including
Yeah,
the increase?
because it was at 94 and then it went to, I'm just saying $100.
Yeah.
And then it would be, so $100 added this last year, it would be 180 estimate
Annually.
with a 30% increase.
Yes.
Which
So
again, only
2020.
I don't mean to
Right.
belabor this, but if it's a total of 30 million and we've taken 20 million, it's going to go up by a third. So if it's at
No, it's
not,
gonna go by half. 'Cause
yeah,
we've
so
taken
if it's
20
at
and you're only
94, it's
take
not
another
going to just
10.
go to $100 a year.
It'll
It's going to go
about
to,
140 to 150.
yeah,
Okay,
so
okay,
it's
thank
more
you.
than
Thank you.
$10.
Okay.
It's, well, it's more like $12 a month by
So 150.
2027.
Okay,
So 48 plus, so it's, 60. Okay.
I don't know if this is the time to talk about it, but if we're going to go these high numbers, I don't know how we can not consider a citizen committee to look at this with us and go after, look at the model of Holiday when the citizens came in and said, I don't know how you're actually operating on what you're charging right now. And when it comes from that perspective, instead of just us seem like we're heavy-handed and saying, we need more money. If we
From
lay out
suddenly
the,
going where we had public statements about the wise financial leadership of our city, to suddenly saying, wow, we're in a mess. That's why we need the citizen committee too.
So I sent out to each of you just some suggested controls on that, not controls, but qualifications
Yes,
on
I
what that
agree.
would be,
It needs
so
to
that
be-
we can make
Right.
sure it's a viable and a
it's an informed,
functional
as a
committee.
committee.
It's important.
So if we do that, I'd like to at least consider those, just so that they've got to commit to the time. Can't be missing meeting time because
Very
there's
tight
some key educational components that need to happen. Lots of differences between a municipal and a personal budget
Yes.
that we need to understand. And then basic understanding of budgeting, clear understanding of the role that they're an advisory committee. They're not making legislative or administrative decisions, but they're a recommending body to you. And a manageable size too, so 6 to 12, I think is what I said, 6 to 10.
There's
somewhere
a
in
ton of
there.
research out there that says that teams more than 7 are actually ineffective unless you're going to split them into subcommittees. And so and that's how CERT actually runs on that principle. And I don't need to burden you with all the research, but that would be 1 maybe from each of the districts plus 3 at large. And beyond that, you end up just quashing some voices that can't be heard when there's too many. So 7 is, I think, more than
And I like the split. I would suggest that the council as a whole, though, agree on the overall committee numbers.
fair enough.
Shane, does this fall under the ad hoc committees? Or
I believe so.
anything? Okay.
And I'm not, with some of our staff, I've talked about some large picture things. Some of our neighboring cities have more of a contractual government, where they're contracting out for services more than we are. We do our own police, we do our own snow plowing. These things are adding to our staff and our costs. So just because I heard that our snow plows have doubled in cost, I just wonder if it's worth us looking at what it would be. I know that maybe the county wouldn't provide the same level of service that our own public works provides. And I realize that it's very complex because the same staff that we have helping drive the snowplows is our staff fixing the roads and things and sidewalks. So we need them all year long. So maybe it's not a discussion, but I think it's at least something we should talk about. And then, do we need the SWAT vehicle? Are there things that our city doesn't need that we are providing, that we might not need?
We've been through the experience of contracting for snow removal.
Okay.
That did not work
Okay.
well
yes, I
at
think
all.
if we look at some of that historic stuff, we
Yeah.
need to I would recommend that we bring some people that were part of the city in the past that kind of went through those community debates of contracting versus in-house and getting some historical perspective. Would just, because we don't need to reinvent the wheel of what happened, I think would be helpful. I don't know who those people would be, but past electeds or...
Kelvin Colmore would have as good a handle on that as anybody.
There's a lot of us that were loud when that happened.
Yeah.
But current, I can bring that more current, and I looked at the property tax bill with the residents that to the south of me that we annexed in. They were paying triple for the municipal services on their property taxes that compared to what they would be paying in Cotton
Is
Heights.
that in the MSD? So
Yes,
they have their own
Yes, and then they were paying separate for UFA, and so all of those things added. And so I'm skeptical a little bit because that's a
Good.
current comparison.
Good, then we, I just, at least at this level, bring that up. And again, I would like to understand why we need a SWAT vehicle. Like maybe.
So we currently don't have one, that's just
Okay,
something we
that
were
is
looking at in the
something-
future.
okay.
It's actually put
All
on,
right.
I think, 2030 or 2020.
Okay, all right.
And one of the great things is we share services a lot of times with other municipalities.
Yes.
So it'll be an opportunity for us to do that as
That
well.
would be something we bring to you as a proposal at that time and talk
Okay.
through why and when. It's just, it was one of the significant costs listed just because it's a larger number if we do go down that
And I
road.
know we've had some shocking instances in our community. I know there was an individual in the apartments across from Walmart, and he basically locked himself in and said he had a bomb or
Well, he broke the gas lines, was going to blow up the
broke the
building.
gas line to blow up the building. That's what it was.
And the one we're talking about is not your large vehicle, it's a smaller, like a skid loader type armor. But
There's some
that's
shocking
another
things
discussion
that we may
would
not be aware of. If you look into it, it's surprising.
It's on our current budget.
And I really appreciate what Councilmember Highland shared about the costs that were being paid by these areas that are now part of our city. I think that's something we should highlight, that our costs have been so low.
Yes, oh, that's actually a really good point. As we
Yes.
consider and help maybe the citizen committee and our
Yes.
citizens understand that we're still
Yeah.
paying less.
I mean, when you think that we're paying like $65 average for fire, police, our city services, snow plowing, I mean, that's,
Sure, you're getting a
that
pretty good
is
deal.
less almost than garbage pickup. I mean, like, that's really low.
Actually, that's true.
Is there appetite to look at this or have us talk with the county about what it
I
would cost
think
us?
probably not.
I don't want to open up that can.
I just
I'd
wanted
rather
to
push
at
the
least
rec center
bring it
back on that.
here.
No,
to them
and I'm
than
asking
snow
just
plowing.
so I have clear direction.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just want to make sure that we're really looking at all of the costs. I mean, when Salt Lake County quotes us something, it's one thing to say, well, each vehicle, each snow plow is a certain amount. But in addition to that, it's all the labor, it's training those people. It's all, it's so, we've taken on such a burden in this city to take that on. I would, frankly, I've lived in Conroe Heights for 39 years, and the service provided, and no offense to Matt Ship's department there, but the snow plowing, because I live on the bench, in recent years has felt like it's sometimes inefficient or inappropriate, and the services that we received, before the city's incorporation were superior to how the plows move through and with the different, I'm married to somebody who ran the infrastructure within Snowbird's mountain operation, so I'm not saying that this is just Ellen's observation as a total layman. I think that I think we're in a place that we have to really show that we are evaluating things with transparency and a willingness to look at the full cost that the city is burdened with. And so, and I love the idea of a citizen committee. I think that's going to be helpful too. So just the more light we can shine, greater level of transparency benefits everyone.
Contracted services are generally higher because that entity will pad their budget to make sure that they will sufficiently cover their cost for the extra. So if we had stayed with that earlier on in the city, maybe that could have been beneficial, but I don't see it being beneficial now.
With inflation, we just spent the last hour talking about increased costs. They're not immune to that. The one thing that they do, right, is they will protect the margin.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah.
Let me ask a hard question, because you're talking about contracted services and comparing us to Holland and other cities. They contract for police services through the Unified Police Department. We've done studies, so you know, what it would cost if we would have stayed and what your costs of the police department are compared to what UPD is. And you're exactly right, that those numbers have gone up exponentially if we would have stayed. We saved literally millions of dollars. Dave has the numbers, but it's millions of dollars by not going with UPD. But my question is this, since this is going to be released, this recording, and a lot of people are going to be listening to it, Is looking at UPD a viable option that you're looking at?
I do
Contract?
not.
So-
Not for,
Okay.
not for me.
No, the number of
Thank you.
entities that they're serving now is shrinking, which means their overhead is higher I mean, I don't see
Well,
that
it-
as an option.
It would have been different if it was run different, and it was a different organization, it may not have left UPD at the time. I mean, it's UPD,
Yeah.
UFA is a different entity, it's a different organization. There's differences there in the way they run and operate it that make your decision as to whether or not you're going to contract those services too.
And
So-
you know, they just raised the taxes on their
Correct.
citizens without oversight from the legislative bodies for the most part, right? So,
It's a committee formed of all the legislative bodies.
yeah, but
And I would not have brought up Public Works at all unless I'd heard that these machines have doubled in cost to $500,000 almost, so, per machine. So that's the only reason I bring it up. I think we have excellent services. I know that they are running as trim as all the rest of our city is. That cost alone, I just wanted to share with this council has concerns, for us.
I asked Matt Ship recently how much just infrastructure costs have gone up, because I'm still wrapping my head around inflation, and that's up at least 25%. Just to, so
favorable.
all of these
Yes.
pressures, I'm so sorry, you cannot overcome 29% inflation and not
No.
have to do some kind of an increase. You're at the point where you can't cut anymore, and that's what the county said. I haven't looked at their budget.
If I can, I guess I'm gonna follow Chief's lead here. If we go county services, county won't just do snow plowing. They will take over, they will want to take
You're
over the
talking about
whole
Public Works.
public works operation. And they have to go out and buy trucks to service our area. And if you want the same level of service, whether you think it's good or not, you still have to give that same level of service to your residents. So I don't see that as any, on top of that, we have a brand-new building, a brand-new staff, and so I just want to put that out
Yeah,
there.
it's an important investment.
I wanted to bring up the building. We put that building in place to add to the life of these vehicles.
Right.
Which is what is a considerable return on our investment, and those are the types of things I think we can really impact and continue to impact as we move forward, and not have to look at contracting where we already have those services available to us and the folks that are running these departments for us.
I hope this just helps our public that will listen know that we're looking at these details and so concerned and recognize this loss of time that we've had to keep up slowly with inflation, and that now we're going to have to make a big jump. And in one way for us all as taxpayers, we are all the taxpayers, is to realize we have been underpaying for the past 7 years, and now we're going to have to adjust just a small amount of our monthly budget, overall our yearly budget.
Truth in taxation is very difficult. I've tried to explain it to the smartest people I know, and they still shake their heads like, what? How does that mill rate work? It's frustratingly complicated to describe it to our citizens.
So can I get a couple clarifications on things? So the citizen committee, did we decide how large?
7,
7.
Okay, and how are they being decided?
one from each district.
Each district, yeah.
And 3 at large.
And that we will, as a council, will approve the list.
Do you want them to be applications like we do?
Yes.
Quick
Yes.
turnaround.
Yes.
Yes, quick turnaround. Yes.
Apply through the website.
Can we consider, are you open to considering even, I could think my planning commissioner, Gary Barnes, might be interested. Can we
Oh, it's up
take
to you
from
guys.
expertise already, or do you want
I
other?
think they're so busy in a way with our general plan. I don't know, are our subgroups finished now?
Probably not all the way. I think a lot of the heavy lifting's been done, but I think it'd be valuable to read.
And
I don't think, I would just like to say, I don't think it would hurt. I think anyone can apply.
Anyone can
But
apply,
I
that's
don't
what
think
I'm
we
asking.
should show favoritism toward people that are on the planning
Oh,
commission.
sure, no, that's not what I was
So,
asking.
I
I just
think-
wanted
but-
to know if you would exclude them, or if you would.
No, I think
consider
anybody
them.
can apply, and then we need to scrutinize and make sure we're giving the opportunity to people. I have so many people, and not just in District 4, from around Cottonwood Heights who say, I want to do more, I want to do more. And so I want to make sure that we are being open, you know.
No, absolutely, and please understand my intention was just to say, are we going to exclude or are we going to include?
Well, I
And
think they
would
can
definitely
apply,
need
because
to
maybe
include.
for some reason, we
They're-
need that person and their expertise,
And
but,
they're, and they
yeah.
want to contribute.
Yes.
Okay, so
We'll
we'll
take
get,
the
we'll
willing.
get a
Yeah,
new
yeah.
application out and push that really quick so
Yes.
that hopefully in a week or two, I don't think we'll be able to get it done by the first meeting in February, but maybe the second. And then Scott and I will sit down and try to figure out a schedule of when we would meet with them. I think it's got to be at least weekly for,
Yeah.
because we'd like to come back to you by the end of March with more detailed planning on this. Okay.
Are we too late to get it in the February newsletter, or would it be impactful at that point?
We can probably get it in there, because we haven't done the review yet on it, so I think Monday, so.
I'll send it out to my neighborhood group and just ask for.
Maybe I change my article in the newsletter then, because I'm the front page
Okay.
this month, which I don't ever like to do.
Okay, none of us do, but we do it.
Front page news.
I think so. So I'll work with Dee and I'll probably change that up on Monday.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, one of the things, if we look at this is where we are, this mill levy rate, if you will, of .001509. That includes the GO bond. So our base city is .001300. And then that another 209 gets added to it to get us to where we are here. If you compare that to, say, this is the UFA, the fire service area. If we were going to join the fire service area to pay UFA instead of paying it out of our stuff, their rate in alone, it's this one, is 1,650.
they're the
It's higher
highest.
than our city's base rate. So we would pay the equivalent of about $8.5 million if we were to join the fire service area district as it exists right now. Now, that's why in like Riverton, they have done their own, because you see this service area here is lower because the relative values of homes in Riverton is higher than in the whole fire service area, so they can have a lower rate in order to be able to apply that to them and feel they get a better service, and then contracting with UFA for that service. And so there are different things along these lines that you can do, because yeah, you can go join the fire service area, that could happen that quick, right? But sometimes, you know, doing different things, but also keeping in mind where we are, we're at 1509, where if you're out in, you know, Copperton town, your real rate is 3896. Now, the home values in Copperton are much, much lower, right? So applying that rate and the net amount of funds that you're going to get from that rate is probably a little bit higher than what we are here, but I don't have all those numbers in front of me, so I can't do that. But keep that in mind, because if you're looking here, a lot of these entities that are in this area have relatively high home values if they're having a low rate.
Okay.
So a lot of that has to be taken into account, because if you're comparing us to you know, Copperton, there's no comparison in terms of the
Well, I was just looking
value
at
of
Midvale on that graph too. This, I think the citizen committee should see this
Midvale's
graph.
here.
Yeah. This is
And
extreme.
all this is contained in our budget, and I actually finally finished the budget thing, got it online, and it's out there. That's in there, I don't know what page it is, but it was probably page 30 or so.
Does that include the rec district in that number?
It does not, because there are two entities that have a rec district. One is Matt, or Kearns, right here, so theirs would be in addition, and then us here in Cottonwood Heights. And I would make the argument, and I've worked at Salt Lake County and I've worked at here at a municipality, and I would say, the reality is both of those districts should be part of the county and should be taxed at the county-wide rate, not as a municipal rate.
Yeah.
It's just how it became about in the 60s, the late 60s and everything. It morphed into what is kind of a municipality rate, but if we were really doing it from, you know, us in this room's perspective, it really should be part of that county-wide rate.
What is the rate, or I guess combined, what would that take us to? I'm just curious, and you don't need to update this, this is for my
No,
brain.
I've got it actually over here because it's always something that comes up.
Councilmember
So
Wilson, when-
it's
when
about
we were talking
$300 a year.
About bringing in the rest of the city to the rec center district. I calculated that my tax increase would be 60%.
Yeah, it's big.
So it's big.
It's
So
big.
they're at,
It's
they're at
It's too big.
.000653.
It's
So
another
almost half.
300 on the average home on an
Just
annual
about
basis.
half.
What would that, what rate would that be? I'm just wondering where on the chart we would be.
So that would put us at.
That's why if we looked at anything, I don't know, legislatively, it would be.
So
Well,
put us at
it would be
21.
this rate
Rec center
plus this
districts
rate
back to
plus
the
this
county.
rate, so that would put us at
County
2162.
is always being.
And so if you go back here to, sorry, I keep jumping around too much. So at 2162, we would fall
Are you asking
between
what the
Murray and
geotech is?
Riverton.
Good what?
He's saying we could, look at those.
Yeah.
It's good to go back to the county.
Well, I'll explain it, watch.
So we would move on the other side of Murray. We'd be between Murray and Riverton, so.
Yeah, closer to Riverton, but between Murray and Riverton is where you would fall.
That's with the geo bond and with the.
And the rec district.
district.
Yes.
Without any increase, this is just current,
Right.
today.
Yep.
But that also doesn't include all the other people's bonds that they have out there, right?
There are 3 entities that currently have a GO bond out there. Sandy has one for the fire. We have one for the development down here, and Salt Lake City has one. I don't know what Salt Lake City uses theirs for.
It might be for that sports district, or maybe that's
Oh,
something
yeah, it was the
different.
rec thing. It was the
The
whole
rec.
Parks and Rec trails bond that they did.
I just want to share something, you know, I'm new, so maybe you all know this, but I have heard other cities think that we have a great balance of our budget, that our property tax and our sales tax and our fees and grants and things are about equal. And that a lot of cities like Midvale don't have this benefit. Like some cities keep trying to raise their property tax, but they can never get the revenue that they need. And so overall, we're in a healthy spot. You know, even though we have this need to catch up, overall, we're a firm basis that we just need to help get more revenue. But overall, is that right, Scott?
Yeah, because if your combined revenue between sales taxes and property taxes for the city is 17-ish million, 16 million, somewhere right in there, 16 to 17 million. And if it was 2/3 sales tax and 1/3 property tax, you'd be roughly, I'll just round to even numbers, 10 million, 5 million. And then if you were doing an increase on your property tax off of that 5 million base, you would have to do a heck of a lot more of an increase to realize the same amount of funds. And that's a real thing in Sandy, you know what I mean? Sandy's
I'll tell you,
sales taxes are
so
higher.
I was in Sandy when the auto dealers, prior to COVID, when they were requiring the manufacturers were requiring the dealers to go to larger lots and have more storage on their lot, which is why a lot of them moved over to South Jordan. And that was a huge concern because of that sales tax base was so big in Sandy.
Oh, wow.
And those auto dealers bring in a lot of money, that it was a huge concern that they were going to have to try to figure out how to balance that out. Now, through other things that worked out, but that was one of the big concerns with having that large of your percentage of your revenue coming in from sales tax. So it is nice that we're balanced and we have, it's about a third, a third, and a third, which is really nice. It's just that sales tax isn't growing.
Yeah.
Those external other sources are not growing as large as they have in the past as well. All the other places where we get money are also tightening their budgets.
Yes.
One thing that you can do, even though you must advertise a certain way using percentages, and that comes down from the state legislature, you can still run a separate ad next to it, or, something that discloses the dollar effect, like we've kind of gone through over the last little bit here, to try and help explain it in real number terms, because a lot of people look at their full property tax, which their full property tax here in our city, would be about roughly $4,500 roughly on an average home. And they think, 20% on that. Well, no, because most of that is the school district. And then the county is roughly, 15% of the total, and we're roughly 15% of the total, and, all this other stuff. So when we're talking 20% increases, it's 20% on 15% of your total tax bill. And you have to take that into conversation. And
So I wrote
people
my
don't
newsletter
always
article.
We have to be remedial.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for
So
pointing that out.
that takes me to a couple other points that I need to get out of before we break for lunch. The first is, so Scott and I met with a consultant on, first we were looking at service areas, just curious as to try to figure out how those work. And then also on truth and taxation, because they also help municipalities with truth and taxation, with the advertising, with the education, with the outreach. Is that something that we were interested in doing? It would cost us about $15,000 to have them do the outreach, help us with the education campaign, and kind of launch this out, because none of us have that expertise here on staff, since we talked about we don't have a large staff. So it would help us as staff to be able to have a consultant help us with that outreach. If we're going to go down the tax increase route, it would help us to have somebody on board to help us.
I agree with that. I also like the model that is in South Jordan, where on their website, they have Property Tax 101. I mean, it's, so
Yeah,
if
and we
that
would get-
could somewhat be inclusive of
Yeah.
that, so it's always on our website, not just this one opportunity, I would be in favor of moving forward.
So including an update to our website and have to have a page on there where people can, yeah,
Yes.
definitely.
Yes.
Everybody's okay with that?
So this will give a description not only of service districts, but could it include enterprise funds? Like to help educate the public on what it means when you look at your tax, you know, WIF word, da-da-da, you know, who appears on our tax?
An education of on your tax bill, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
So I might
all
have
your
misunderstood your
tax line
purpose on
items.
this, but if it's partly not only to analyze, but to
It's also to
present.
educate and help them understand their tax bill, yeah.
Because I think it's rather confusing. You know,
Yeah.
there's terms like service district, enterprise fund. I mean, there's a lot of things that people in municipal governance throw these terms around, and I think it would be nice if it was, you know, let's see it about a 7th grade level, maybe 6th grade.
Sorry, enterprise
No,
fund
I'm not,
threw me off
but
because-
truly, it's,
Mayor Ramsey said we could just
Copy there.
I've already
We'll
talked
let
to her
them
about
know.
that.
Okay, so if everybody's
rip it
okay.
off.
we can even give them credit.
I know.
Thank you
If we're
to
gonna go
West
down-
Jordan.
South
So the
Jordan.
next
Or South
question
Jordan,
is,
yeah.
Collaborate.
the next big question is, are we going to go down this road? And then if we are, what philosophy are we following? Are we coming to balance where we are right now with it? Are we doing a combination of that and cuts? Are we doing a larger increase to help get us ahead? Or are we looking at annual inflationary or semi-annual inflationary?
Well, one of the things I asked for that appears, you know, on the list of each council member's priorities was I think it could be a good exercise and also for public transparency to ask each department head, what would it look like if you were to do a 3% efficiency, and what would you change to reach that, whatever that percentage is, that would be agreed on by the council. You know, what would you choose and why? And then what effect would you think it might have? Because I know I have constituents who ask, they say to me, don't, you've got to work to balance that budget, and that's inexcusable, and they're, you know. So I think the more that I can
Yeah.
demonstrate as their representative, and probably everyone at the table feels this way, the more that we can show that, you know, all of our departments have been asked, you know, if you had an efficiency, what would it be?
So and I've asked each of the department heads for something that we haven't fleshed it out all the way yet. I will be honest, it's personnel. When you get up to 5%, it's definitely personnel. Because when you're talking about cutting 5% of our overall budget, you have to remember that we have to take out all the debt services and everything else, the capital projects funds, all those things. So you're really asking for more like a 15 to 20% cut of the departments when you ask for a 5% cut of the budget. So I had everybody look at their own budget and just do a 5% of their budget, and even going 5% out of each of the budgets dips into personnel. And there's not a lot of room for that here, as we've talked about. So we can flesh those out a little bit more. That could be part of an education campaign as well, and pushing that out and saying, hey, if we cut 5% out of every department's budget, here's the services that are affected, and here's how they're affected.
And if you do that, I think you have to. My biggest concern is not leaving future councils in the city in the same situation, or our residents, most importantly. We have to get right by our budget now, and then put together a mechanism that keeps us whole and thriving to eternity. So, I don't know how to get there. It's just, it's tough, but I think a combination, we have to look at where there are opportunities to cut back.
And we have a few
But,
that
yeah,
we've looked at.
yeah, and that's great. But we have to look at moving forward. We have to look at being progressive in the way that we're looking at this budget so that we are not putting the city in this situation again. Because if we're doing this over and over again, it says a whole lot about us. But
Right.
I don't want that.
I agree.
So,
I would propose a 3 to 4 year coming whole within 3 to 4 years. And the reason I'm suggesting that is because of these unknowns, like the town center and the gravel pit. And at that point, you will then have those inputs to know what increase you would have to do. Does that
So
sound
you're-
like sound judgment or no? I'm talking bring us whole now and also do enough of an increase to cover us for the next 3 to 4 years.
And then we can reevaluate.
to get to
And
that
then
reevaluation.
you have the inputs, or at least some more certainty about the inputs, to be able to look again about whether you have to do a budget a property tax increase in 3 to 4 years.
Because I don't want to look short term.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Fred. Sorry, I should have dismissed it so long time ago.
Mayor, if I could just make a quick point. So I think that's a good idea. The only concern I would have with that is that all these future developments are completely dependent on variables we have no control over as a city, market rates, what the market's doing. I mean, we certainly have control over the entitlement process of how long things take to get permits. But, as we see with the Canyon Center, that's been approved a long time.
Or with the gravel pit.
But with interest rates and financing in such a tough place, like, we can't guarantee all these things will be coming online, and we don't know what the next 3 or 4 years will be with completion of projects. So I think Town Center we have a lot more influence with, but with the North Gravel Pit area, they have their zoning in place, but they're going to have to find hundreds of millions of dollars of financing and contractors. So I think it's safe to do that, but to completely bet that it will be online in 4 years is
Oh,
a
no,
little
I'm not
risky.
saying it's,
Or 5 years.
I'm just saying there'll be more certainty in 3 to
Sure.
4 years about when that will come online.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Well, I'd like to see flexibility embedded in this when we get down to that point, once we come home.
But there,
And then having those steady increases, but making sure we're not being too rigid in what we do because of unknown factors. I mean, there could be another pandemic coming down the line. We don't know that.
That could be a huge boost in the economy.
Exactly.
An
There
AI
could be these
boost,
shifts.
actually, an AI bust is most likely.
Yeah, and these things we don't know about, but having some flexibility built into the budget will allow us to be able to be mobile in the way that we can move forward or backwards and reconsider things.
and that's why I would rather be on the more progressive side in being flexible, because I would love us to have a 4th firefighter at the Station 116. We are looking at a horrendous winter where the summer could be just atrocious. And I do not want to be responsible for a fire or something happening where we were down one person. So there might be other costs related to this changing world. We're having to spend $150 to get our IT back to where it's going to be safe from hacking. So there might be costs that we even can't see right now, and we don't want to be going into our reserves again because we can't cover these things that are so important.
So how many years would you say to project?
I think I don't know, is it that around 30% to get us back up to the 29% inflation has happened? And then look at incremental after that if we need in 3%?
I think I'm with the mayor, and unless I misunderstood you, Councilmember Highland. I think we need to do something to make us whole as we project into the next year with an analysis out as best we can over the next 4 to 5 years. But if I heard what you said, I don't know that we want to project this absolute downward pit that we're to the point that we raise taxes so dramatically in 1 year. Because we can still raise taxes again next year if we need
You
to.
can pull up a will.
Yeah. That's why it's good to do it now, too. We recognize that we have.
I mean, well, maybe is it more than 30% that you
No.
wanted to do this year?
I think it would be, because
Oh, okay.
29% is just bringing us to.
Okay.
See, that's the
4 million.
clarification I was
Okay,
trying
so
to
what-
come to.
Yeah, so that's what I'm,
So my understanding
maybe
is
it has to be
you're saying,
bigger,
let's
a
look at the
one-time
next.
bigger that covers us for the next 3 to 4 years.
Yeah.
It could be 50 or 60%, I know
So
that
we would-
sounds crazy,
We would
but
use the model to project that. So 30% would bring us to no changes, no nothing. We're just whole for now. We're not
That's what I
taking
saw
out-
in the model.
Right, I'm just,
Okay.
yeah,
Which is 30?
30% would bring us to where we're no longer, well, for this year,
It's
taking
just
out
for this
of
year.
the reserve.
So we want to go.
and it doesn't increase our, it
Doesn't
doesn't
increase the
increase the
reserve,
reserve.
doesn't plan for next year, doesn't add any new things.
We need to get the reserve full.
Then you have to do higher than 30%,
So
so
if
that's what we're debating here.
my understanding of what you were saying is look out 3 to 4 years on the, we can look at the model, look out and say.
Start
what
at
would we
saying it
need?
might be 50 or 60% if we're trying to have that reserve be 5 or 6 million for the next 3 to 4 years. And then, so that's going to be maybe input from the citizen committee.
Right.
And then at that point, you've at least given yourself an opportunity to look at what has changed in
And we're not
those 3 to 4
making,
years.
we're not making the decision right here. That just gives us direction as staff to go back and put that together and show you then what it looks like. And you might go, oh, no, we don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I think we should overshoot it for security for 3 to 4 years and then scale it back.
And that'll give
That's
us a
just my
chance
opinion.
to work through it with the committees, with the
I agree.
citizen committee.
I agree.
Well, and I would like to just add that, talk about resiliency, the importance of not only the fire challenge, but we've already begun to address the storm drain challenges that we, let's say, discovered in recent years. And the challenge that we face with climate change is that we may get a lot of precipitation. It may come down as rain. We have been accustomed and had the luxury in Utah to have snowpack, and then it flows down over the year, and but if our storm patterns are more erratic, and we get more rain and less when we know the temperatures are warming, so this is a likelihood. And are we really prepared
Storm
on our?
It's a discussion we already have on the schedule.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that there are some uncertainties that could really come down on us that we're not even able to talk about at the table, that will require some of those general funds to react to additional damage that we can't even see right now.
This is one of the reasons I agree with Councilperson Highland, and we need to look at 3 years. If you start to look at beyond 3 years, there are so many changes and shifts that take place. If we go too far out, if we can focus on that period of time, which is not too short a period of time, it allows us to be able to have those flexibilities to address things quickly, relatively quickly, and to enhance the issues, enhance the services and things that we need. But we'll have a pretty clear picture in that short period of time. If we look too far out, we could end up being behind the curve again.
Yes.
And that gives us direction, and I think, again, you're not making the decision to do that much. That'll just give us an opportunity to go and look at it and bring it back to you and say, this is what that scenario looks like.
Yeah.
We just didn't want to put a lot of effort into 15 different scenarios.
Yeah,
and
no,
come to this meeting and go.
Totally.
Okay, so I think if everybody's okay with that, that's kind of how we'll go.
Yeah, so just looking at the numbers, so 585 is what an average home is paying right now. With the bond, 140, then with the 30% increase, we're 180, so we start at 585. We would land at 905. So that'd be a 54% increase, combining those two, which people would feel over the last 2 years. For me, that's high. That's too high for me. But I look forward to the citizen group. There's a lot of discussion that will be had. I don't think it's going to be shocking to any of you where I am on these issues. But anyway, look forward to the discussion.
The one other thing before we break lunch that I wanted to make sure that we're on the right track with is we did kind of look at service areas that would not help us this year if we did a service area for public safety.
Oh, yeah.
Is there an appetite to go down that road for future years, or do we want to let that lie for now? To fund us, to create a service area, which you'd essentially be the board for that service area, like you are with the CDRA. That service area would then just focus on public safety. If we did police, or you did, Riverton does two, one for police, one for fire. It's another truth in taxation, but when you're doing a truth in taxation hearing for that entity, you're only doing it for that budget.
I'd like to take a look at it just for my education, to see what the difference would be in services and.
Do you incorporate that into, if we have a citizen committee, maybe it's something that's.
We can discuss it, yeah.
It could be a topic of discussion.
It's not gonna help us this
I don't know.
year, but it could be for a future year, for next year, or the year following.
My look at it, I learned it would add at least another staff member, maybe a staff and a half.
Yeah.
I just think, I want the police to be part of our city, so I'm happy to just take care of it.
We can, yeah, and I think we can just discuss it and kind of educate a little bit on the citizen committee with that, and see if it's something they want us to look at. It's just, we could create, you have to create the entity the year before you're gonna start collecting that tax, and so that's why it doesn't help us. I mean, it's a tax, it's still a tax.
It might be worth looking
Depends
at
on
these
how people feel about it.
other cities and seeing, if it actually panned out the way they wanted it to or thought that it would.
Exactly, that's
And
what
you
we-
could also ask them, hey, how did that impact, let's look at your trend, your budget trend overall and the overall tax burden. Did it kind of make you a little more nimble when you needed to compete? Because we had a presentation earlier about how competitive the police force is. Did it give you that flexibility and help you control budgets in other ways or not? I think there's probably, 4-ish, somewhere around there, examples in the valley that we could probably just
Yeah, and I've
learn
talked
from
to
them.
2 of them and have some of those answers, but we don't have to get into it here.
Yeah.
I just,
Okay.
I want to make sure that we didn't need to go and put the effort into starting to actually creation of that if there's an appetite.
I don't think so. No.
Let's learn.
I think with everything else on the
I know,
plate.
yeah, actually, you're
That
so
was my
right.
question, how
Not
much
right
effort do
now,
we
probably
put
not
into
this
that
year.
before?
Maybe we need to punt that down the road.
No, okay, sounds good, let me check my notes. And then one other thing, and just to emphasize here, maybe it's a policy we put together, but I think one of the issues we've had over the years is we've done a lot of mid-year additional funding of projects and things that we just thrown in, 10,000 here, 50,000 here, and those dollars seem small at the time, but they all add up. I would just ask the council to, if you've got things you want to do, let's try to do it during the budget cycle rather than in January you're coming with something new and maybe that needs to wait. And there are always exceptions to that, but I would prefer to be able to just tell you, yeah, let's wait until we get into the budget and then make that a proposal, because that's also caused some problems over the years as we look back through the budget of these mid-year additions. So that's all got now. For now.
Sweet.
Ready? Break?
Up to the mayor.
Yes, we're ready to break.
Higher level.
Okay, we're gonna start back into our meeting, and I'll turn it over to our city manager for an update on this town center. And I always want to call it the city center, but it's the town center.
Town center, that's what we call it, yeah. You are correct. Real quick, there's not a lot to update. I did want to touch on one thing, though. I know Ken Melby's made himself available to each of you and very open. I had a discussion with him. He's more than happy to answer and talk and everything, but he's getting a little confused with direction and everything like that. So I would just ask, similar to like with staff, if you'll just kind of funnel through me if you've got requests or information, direction or anything like that, so that he can make sure that he's getting the direction of the council and not individuals. So just trying to keep it a little cleaner that way. So I know he's very good at making himself available. He's happy to answer questions. He's just getting a little confused at times with direction is where it'll get a little confusing. I want to make sure he's getting the majority council direction.
Where's that coming from? Let me just ask.
There's been some communication between some council members and him and meetings and things like that that I wasn't involved in and I didn't know about. And so just want to make sure that the information gets to all of you. Because you can't meet at the forum, so I get that, and I've been out on surgery, so I understand that too. There's full understanding of probably what happened and where it came from, but just going forward, I'd ask that at least copy me, or like I do with staff, just copy me, let me know what's going on, so that he and I have a clear line of communication too about what's happening. So he's not offended, I'm not offended. It's just trying to keep everything straight and together.
Well, we probably should, as either the CDRA board or as the council, talk about, where we're at with this
Yeah.
town center design and whether it's heading in the direction that all of us as a majority were hoping
Yeah.
for, or looking for?
And he and I have talked about that as well as trying to do some regular updates. Right now, there's not a lot to talk about just because we're waiting on several things which we'll talk about here real quick. But definitely something we need is some regular updates with each of you, either as a board or individually or just two at a time, however we want to do that. But there's definitely, we talked about keeping everybody kind of on the same page, so make sure we're going down the right path.
Well, I want to say that I'd like to bring more transparency to the process. These last 18 months or so, I think as a council member, I haven't really understood necessarily where the project was going. I know that the mayor reminded me that it was in an agreement that we advanced early last year, that it was the mayor pro tempore, the mayor and the city manager who would meet with Onyx and Thrive. I didn't realize that was in that 30-page document, but I would like to better understand how we plan to go forward in this calendar
And that's fair,
year.
and that's, yeah, so one of my goals is to make sure that you're all kind of kept apprised of everything that's, again, not a lot of movement made because the things we're waiting on, we entered the purchase agreement with Walgreens with DPI for the property under Walgreens. They have exercised 2 of their extension options, so that will likely close middle of February on the property. Onyx did put in an offer on the leasehold for the building, which we had heard was going to go up for sale.
Not an offer, I think it was a letter of intent.
Letter of intent.
To me is a
To enter
different.
in, yeah. But when they
It's
heard
not a
back,
purchase
there was a
agreement.
counter offer that was much higher than
Oh,
they were
okay.
willing to
Okay,
put in. So that is off the table at this point.
okay.
So we will still have to negotiate with that as we move forward once we finalize the purchase of the land. Dollar Tree still in limbo. We'll have to figure that out. One of the things that Shane and I are working on, I've asked Shane to go ahead and start preparing an amendment to the CDRA to allow for eminent domain action. Not that we're going to move forward with it, but we want to make sure we allow that to explain that a little bit and how much more time we have left to actually go through eminent domain if we choose that route.
Yeah, our deadline is, I think, 5 years from the time that the initial plan was adopted, which was mid-December-ish, 2022. So I think our deadline is going to be mid-December-ish of 2027. As Jared mentioned, there's a few things that need to be done as initial steps to so that the CDRA could move ahead if the board makes that decision to pursue an eminent domain. And so we will start working to get those things accomplished.
We need to first amend the CDRA to allow for that action if the board chooses.
And in order to amend the plan, we have to have studies done by a consultant. So anyway, that's going to take a little bit. So we're pursuing that, and that'll be coming back in the coming months.
Design-wise, as I've talked with the developer, and we talked a little bit last week about this, and kind of in this lull area while we're waiting for the property to be cleared as well, we'd like to move forward with design. So we're going to have I'm meeting with them and their design team, I think in a couple weeks, and that's kind of where we're coming back to. Once we kind of figure out where we're at, how we want to move forward, we'll come before the board and kind of talk it through and say, this is the direction we're moving. We're going to go ahead and work with them on the design of the plaza at the same time, so that we can kind of get a full picture put together here that makes sure we're working down the right path. And as you know, we agreed to reimburse them half up to $200,000 of the design work if this all falls apart in the future. So that way that allowed them to feel okay with moving forward on the risk of putting the money into design. So because we don't want to just sit while we're waiting to clear the property either. We want to be able to be ready to move when we can on it. Any other updates on missing Shane or Scott?
No, we're working with an appraiser on the fair rental value of the property issued, because the amount of rent in the agreement to lease is just kind of a placeholder based on cap rate. So we hope we're talking with a appraiser to do an MAI appraisal. I think we're trying to have a follow-up meeting with that appraiser this week, and he will get going on that. We just have a few months to make that adjustment if it turns out that the amount of rent in the agreement to lease was off.
So that if it is, I'll have to come back to you for a decision and discussion as well, to determine what the change is. Other than that, we're putting more and more money into the maintenance of the property right now. So right now, the lighting's out on the parking lot except for one light. So we're working on that. One of the reasons we'd love to just get moving on it so that we're not continuing to maintain. We've had some issues with break-ins and use of the facility from the unhoused in the winter months here, so.
Is the overnight parking still becoming an issue from time to time?
I haven't heard anything on that for a while. I think they got that resolved. The overnight parking, we had people getting towed from, I think it's the Huddle there.
Yeah.
I think that got worked out and resolved with the property manager. It's actually they've been a pretty good property management company, so they've taken a lot of that weight off our shoulders. It's just we have to make these decisions on how much money do we spend on repairs as we're trying to maintain what we've got versus over-investing just to tear down.
Yeah.
So.
Did you know we had an indoor dog park there? I'm being facetious, but that was somebody put that out on social media.
Oh, did
that we had an indoor dog park because that's where
So if you're not aware, police is using the facility
Yeah.
for training. Is it in the old Carl's?
They want to know how they can
Yes.
get their dog into the indoor
Oh,
dog
really?
park. Yeah.
So that's another thing we'll have to replace once we decide to tear down.
In the storage shop.
Huh?
And the
Storage, we
storage.
can talk about that. So, any other questions, any curiosities that you want to know about? I mean, we'll answer what we can in a public meeting.
Well, I guess I would like to better understand from the council members, if anyone else, of course, it's really only Councilman Newell and I who were in the meetings prior to the purchase of the Hillside Plaza. But I remember talking about the importance of activating the streets and the walkability, not just walkability inside, the 10 acres, but the idea of activating the area for walkability. And so that would be activating certainly Fort Union Boulevard, on the outside of the buildings, as well as it creating a long-term vision for like a Main Street section of Fort Union Boulevard where people would really feel comfortable walking and rolling. And when I saw the design, I guess it was in the beginning of, maybe in the end of November, I was able to come into a meeting and see what Onyx Thrive was developing. And I fear that it has the two-story buildings, around on both 2300 East and Fort Union Boulevard. So, I don't know if Councilman Newell would care to comment. Are you pleased with the direction that the design elements for public space and the activation?
Well, I know that they're not finalized, so and so far I've been happy with what they've done. I'm still, I still constantly think about how many people are going to actually walk there from outside that immediate neighborhood, and where they're going to walk from. So, I don't know what you want as, an activation or anything, but as I see it right now, they've done a really good job of just giving a synopsis of what they'd like to see or how it may look, but they've always said things can change and they're flexible in the design of this place. So until it gets close to the final project, I don't have much to interject.
Well, when I asked questions, they said, well, based on the way that it goes uphill on Fort Union Boulevard from 2300 East, the gradient they said that doesn't really lend itself to activating the street there, which was new for me. I had never heard it that in any of the previous conversations. And even though I've been a big advocate, you can ask Randy Whitehead sitting here in the gallery, for Promenade being activated, so people from the Mill Hollow neighborhoods and all the neighborhoods north that are east of 2300 East could come in via Promenade, as well as people from the south and southeast. And a feeling of entering, that would be from the northeast corner of the building, as well as those that come from the south and the southwest, you know. So these elements in the initial drawings, which I'm a big believer in foundation, you know, what foundational vision is there? And it is important. I understand down the road things can be tweaked. But what I'm interested in is this foundational concept. Do we have really a shared vision? I mean, if we're thinking most everybody will arrive by car, that's a very different vision. I would not have supported the project had I known that it was kind of going in that direction.
I remember having discussions when we were, during my tenure, one of the things that was brought up from our district, I think Suzanne and I were the ones that actually vocalized this, that, look, this is a project for the entire city. And the fact that everyone's chipping in and paying in citywide, and I know some folks down that live in, like Michael Smith, for instance, lives on the very west side, almost to Walmart of Cottonwood Heights. And they said, look, if I'm going to be chipping in on this, I want to be able to access it with ease, which means they're going to drive. But to the people that live right next to there, Randy, I'm sure you're going to walk there, and there needs to have some ease, and it needs to be safe for you. And how do we marry those two to make sure that it's accessible for everyone? I think has been a consistent message through the entire process that we want to try to meet that middle ground for everybody. I think we're getting there. I don't know if we've landed there exactly, but I think that's the mission overall of what we were hoping to achieve. So it's not really one over the other, but hopefully a nice middle ground.
So that gives me direction. I mean, we need to bring the concepts back to where they're at, and make sure we're heading down the right road. with the
Yeah,
majority of the council.
So
I agree.
could we make this a discussion in another meeting because of the other things we need to get through
Yeah.
for 2 hours?
Yeah, we
This is
could
council
bring this to a board
discussion.
work meeting.
That'd be great, thank you.
Could I just take a minute? I've done business I've represented people in business and real estate transactions for over 40 years now, and typically there's one point of contact on the two sides. You're negotiating a deal, and the 2 points of contact can go back to their teams and find out what the entity needs, what the team needs, and then go back and continue negotiating until a middle ground is reached. This is a little bit different, having a public entity, and we have 5 people here who are part of the decision-making team. And so I think it's fine to meet with the developer, get information, but I would suggest not making any commitments, particularly because there are several key issues that are still open issues. One is whether there will be an extension option on the lease. Another is whether the lease will be bifurcated into more than one ground lease, and there are other things that could come up. So I caution each of you as you meet with the developer to mainly ask questions, but perhaps not get into those areas, get into areas of what you think about the way things should be until you can come back and consult as a body, and the direction can be given so that the public's interest is met, the public gets the best deal it possibly can. Because the developer will pick up little bits of information from this council member or that board member, and perhaps use that to tailor where he's going and what he's going to ask for. So my suggestion is be cautious. Okay.
Okay, then I think we're ready to talk about our priorities. I'll go really quickly, and then we'll go to Councilmember Fulton, if that's
Awesome.
okay.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Councilmember Highland, if we... Sure. Okay. So here, I had just listed, as I've been working with our city in a different role for 5 years, and as I've interacted with residents, I have just felt the message clearly that there need to be additional ways to involve our residents, and I'm going to set up a meeting soon to see, we've had somebody say, other cities have easier ways for people to be volunteers through those portals, so we're going to look at that. You know, if somebody's just, they don't have to have a background check or something, if it's a minor role, possibly, that we can make it easier for people to be involved. And then, what's this one? It's been a while since,
we wrote this.
yeah.
Could I add to that citizen engagement though, too? That, we've talked about it as a council for a long time, how are we reaching our citizens? And, you know, you send out that newsletter, but I don't know how many people read it. Draper
More
has
than I
now a
thought.
text, still good, but Draper has an opt-in to receive occasional text messages. My son lives there, and they love it. And so they're probably, the changing ways that people are consuming information, I don't see them on social media anymore. I was just telling you that you used to see 90 to 100 comments on like the local politics page, and now it's like 14,
Yeah.
you know, for 5 people. And so with the change in how people are consuming and the competition for attention, I would like that to be something the council continues to discuss.
I agree. I mean, I look at what happened yesterday with the water main, and I think there was probably a lot of residents that would have loved to have known before they went that way.
That's exactly
They could have
right,
maybe
yeah.
have said, oh shoot, I need to go somewhere else. Some of that information would be helpful. I think it's important if you do that, you got to be very sparingly in how you
That's what he
communicate.
said, it's very restrained.
So
That's what he
it's
said.
very, it's like, there is a water main break,
Yes.
that's obviously a big deal.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think any of that stuff could be
I think
great.
we've improved greatly on that. We have, you know, some of the traffic issues that we've got online and been able to share those out. And
Yeah.
So I've seen some of the improvements, so maybe it's just a matter of capturing more and
Adding
sharing
on
it
to.
out.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Just
So, yeah,
push
the
it
struggle is it's not one thing.
Exactly.
Everybody uses something and they all use
I
different
know.
things, and each platform, going back to budget,
I
has
know.
a cost, and so we have to figure out what do we want to do. So we can bring some options to you though and say these are things that we've looked at, these are costs, this is the impact we think it would have. So,
I'm just shocked at how many people won't even email me things. They send me documents by text. I'm like,
Mhm.
stop, just please email this to me. But that's the way things are going.
Yeah.
That's why I bring it up.
Well, and, you know, you often bring up AI. I heard a really interesting report the other day that with people using AI instead of the old way that, you know, you would maybe do a Google search and then it would put you on all these websites and then you would click through the websites. It's that it's becoming difficult for businesses to get the number of clicks to understand, you know, advertisements and where they're getting traction, because instead the AI, what do you call that, agent, goes in and it's not counted in the same way as people. So when you think about how quickly the transformation of our communication is rolling, with your example about the text messaging and Sandy and how people want to communicate or get their information. So I like that opt-in texting idea as
yeah.
to help supplement.
Okay, and just feedback that I got from the Flash, this is just from one person, but she's highly educated and very skilled, and she was very impressed with our Flash survey on the budget. She thought they were very good questions and helpful, and she would love to see more like that. So I think that gives us good feedback, at least from one engaged citizen. Then this one with personnel needs might be covered in some of these other questions maybe coming up. But depending on the budget discussion outcomes and priorities set, what will the staffing needs be to meet these priorities? Some of us have wondered if we need an assistant manager to help because of the city center, the town center, because that brings different skill sets than most cities have. And again, I thank Jared, he's been honest in saying, like, this is not a normal city function. This is not something that...
Our size.
Yeah, that we signed on for, like Sandy doesn't have something like this. So I just want us to be open about what staffing we need to ultimately get the best outcome for this, right? That will benefit us in the long term benefit, that we have adequate staff.
In addition, even the gravel pit, I mean, that could be a huge national developer, and
Yes.
and I So that is not disparaging at all.
No.
What we're asking you to do is something so far out of your wheelhouse that in my mind, I'm going to actually put it out there, bringing in an assistant city manager that has this experience actually will save us so much staff time, headache, mistakes, liabilities, other kinds of
Lost
things.
opportunities.
Lost opportunities. And so that's one of the things, and you look at Draper, they have an assistant city manager, you look at Midvale, they have an assistant city manager. It seems like it's a deficit that actually could increase the productivity of our staff.
So, yeah, after it was brought to my attention, I talked to Barbara a little bit, and I thought more about it, and I think there, and I'm not advocating one way or another, but I think there's an investment there. If you're looking at economic development, it would be a good person who could focus on that, who could also do some other things, but focus mainly on economic development and take that off of our plates and allow us to do some other things too. There's an investment there, there's an extra cost. Barbara mentioned we're still working on it, but we've got some rearranging that might be able to reduce that cost somewhat. There will still be an additional cost if we went that route.
I was thinking finance, public finance in particular for expertise, as well as the development.
Well, as economic development, right. So, something we'll continue discussing and we'll continue fleshing out a little bit.
Well, I would be supportive of that.
Okay, that's mine, and I'll go to Councilmember Fulton.
Yeah, I got a couple things for you. So,
You only have one on the list. so-
I only have one on the list.
Oh, before we go there, I just want to quickly add, I didn't get on there, but I mentioned it earlier for the fire, that eventually we get a fourth person at Station 116, and that might take a year or two for us to fit that in. That's a huge cost, it's like $320,000.
And I think we added that to the model so we can play with that as well. And we will if it's not. I believe we put it in though.
Okay, so just so you all know, that's not on here, but it's on my mind.
Okay, I'll be super quick. So this Wasatch Front Waste and Recycling District is really just a marker there. I'd rather have it just say, if there are any external government or service areas that we rely on, just for us to have contingency plans. There are, the mayor knows this, there are bills every session talking about special districts and municipal service districts. There are pushes for counties to get out of these services. There are a ton of things going on that I just want to make sure that we've got a backup plan that in case we find out, because Harriman's really, I think they probably will eventually leave Wasatch Front Waste and Recycling. It is going to change the financial dynamic of the district. You lose some savings through spreading out the economics between cities. And I don't want us to have a city meeting that says, hey, this is happening and we're all panicking to know what to do. So that's anything that we're reliant upon. I got an email from a teacher on Wednesday at Ridgecrest. So the 5th graders at Ridgecrest Elementary School, they did a little election. They all nominated names for that street that is in front of their school. And the teacher came back and what they wanted to do, because I don't know if you know, Bella Vista is actually combining at Ridgecrest. And I thought it was really sweet what the kids voted on. So they voted on Tiger Cub Way, because Bella Vista and Ridgecrest are both the Tigers. That was their mascot for both of them. And given their elementary kids, they thought Cub was kind of a cute. They're all the Cubs of the city, which is kind of cute. So they're wanting to come to city council one day, and one of the kids present to ask the city council if they could have a little honorary name that's in front of their school that just says Tiger Club Way, and it's a nice civic engagement to show them how to get engaged with their local government, which is cool.
It's not public road, it's just the Ridgecrest.
Yeah, it's 7200 South, but it's just like in front of their school or something. So, PTOS, I told them I would bring this request. They have a request for $3,000. It would be adding to the budget by $3,000. They have been paying for shirts. I'm sure you've seen the VIP captains in the park and all those things. They've been paying out of pocket, these committee members. They also have signs, like Chris, for instance, has been putting signs up saying, this park was cleaned by the PTOS committee when we've done these cleanups. I think it's a very reasonable ask for them to be reimbursed up to $3,000 and have some sort of a budget to do these things. I believe there are other committees that have some sort of a budget. I don't know what that looks like, Jared. We don't need to go into it, but I'd love the colleagues to at least look at that and see if we want to reward that to them. The last thing is, for the last 2 years, I've taken trip after trip and I've sat down with House Appropriations staff, Senate Appropriations staff, and it's been a 2-year process. Yesterday, the President signed a budget for the Department of Justice, which is $2.1 million. It says on there, the City of Cottonwood Heights for a public safety training facility, and the focus of that is our officers do go and have training that they go through. But this facility that would be paid for, there are no matching funds. It is a direct check that comes to the city that pays in full for what this cost would be. It does de-escalation training, it has day training, night training, it has simulation, it has live fire, it has everything, and they can explain even further. And if there's a cost to the city for a cement pad or any electricity that needs to be connected there or any gas lines, I've got commitments from people that would donate that money to make sure that any of that ancillary charge that would be added would be covered, so the city wouldn't have to spend a dime. And I think it would be a good value to the department. Obviously, Chief, I don't know how much we're spending right now on training, because I know that it's obviously coming out of the budget, and we'd be able to push that towards a facility of our own.
Right. I mean, for instance, Murray charges us $500 a day to use theirs, but it is also a revenue source, which we'll need for, maintenance and upkeep and all that.
Are you suggesting that the city's going to purchase property to?
No.
I don't understand what you're talking about,
so
building a facility?
The $2.1 million, it's actually not even building anything. So the $2.1 million, what it allows is it allows for police equipment. And so this training facility is actually a modular. It actually gets delivered in full, and it's plopped down. There's no construction.
So like in
of
our
any kind.
parking lot here at the City Hall?
Wherever's decided, which I know is something that Jared has to work on. So.
And I want to thank Councilman Holton for doing this, because this is not an easy task. The ask that he put forth to go through Congress to get this work done behind the scenes, it was phenomenal. I really appreciate that. I just want to thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Well, I guess since I'm hearing about this for the first time, I guess I'm a little confused that you're doing this on behalf of the city, and would this not be something that before you advance this?
This has been brought up in the past.
No, I don't believe
I've
it.
had
has
side
been.
conversations.
Yeah.
There was going to be a gun range that you were working on.
Yeah, that's what this is. Yeah, that's what this is. So it's a fully encapsulated training facility. That's what it's called. You can also call it a gun range. It's not an outdoor traditional gun range. It has multiple methods of technology for training for our officers. Here's the thing. These officers are the only people that have the legal authority to use force in this way, and I sure hope that our officers are the best trained. It's something that I ran on, saying I'm going to make sure that we have the best officers that are the best trained officers on all facets, and that is shooting, but that's also, I'm telling you, if you see this, the focus on de-escalation is remarkable. They run them through scenarios, and the individual changes so that you're not getting the same situation every time, and you're not looking for, hey, we need to use force against this person. You're really trying to talk to them, give verbal commands, and how you respond depends how they respond. It is really a remarkable tool, and this is something that, again, I wanted to focus on areas that I could bring the city value without costing the city. And this was something that was super important. This was talked about in the past, and it was the gun range, but in more technical terms, this is what the full ability of it is.
And I've gone through the FBI's, and it is exactly that. There, you give verbal commands. The simulators are phenomenal in the way that you can interact with them. It's something I think is just going to be a great asset for the city.
And just so you know, we had the school district that was very supportive of this because of the Guardian program. You've got peoples that the state has said that you've got to put them in the schools, and I think we would all feel very comfortable if those that are in the schools that are the Guardians actually have real legitimate training and not just on paper, I have agreed to do this. So this goes way beyond just our city, and this is something that I think is going to continue to bring value.
And so just to add, I did talk with the school district, and they informed me that they were neutral, that if it happens, they will use it. they are neutral on the Guardian program. The Guardian program.
Yeah, on the Guardian
adds-
program.
And for this facility, that they are neutral. That's what I was informed.
We actually have a letter from the superintendent. I can show you, I can print it off. The letter is, we are fully supportive of this program.
Okay, they can change what they say, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I just think that this, again, there needs to be transparency with things like this. I mean, I'm a sitting council member. I've never seen anything in writing. I learned about the gun range from hearsay in the community. So I would like to have this really vetted and looked at. I, of course, want the most excellent training for our officers, and I want to make sure this is the avenue. Are we taking on more O&M that we already don't, do we really want a facility that we have to maintain? I'm all for additional training, absolutely, but I feel like this has been advanced without a thorough deliberation with the council or anything in writing. I've never read anything about this, and so I want to tap the brakes here and make sure that this is the way forward, that is sustainable and is, again,
Just to be clear,
fully
just to be
transparent.
clear, if we can go back, so this started when I first got on the council, okay? Very, very beginning. We had Tim Tingy here, he was part of it. We had Mayor Wickers, we had Scott Bracken, we had Sean, we all talked about it. If you were not supportive at the time, I'm not saying that what your stance was, but I'm telling you, this was something that was discussed, this was something that was
Perhaps you
talked
can show me
about.
the meeting minutes,
And-
because I've only missed maybe 2 or 3 meetings in 4 years, and I can honestly say I don't remember it ever being brought up. So I'd like to see the meeting minutes. I'm being just completely truthful. I feel like I represent District 4, they reelected me, and they asked me, please, 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 we want transparency, accountability, and clarity. So I'm simply asking for that. I think that verbal is not enough.
So
There needs
so just to be clear, I'm not asking for any city funding for this project. This is something that is going to be bringing value to the department that is paid for.
Well, I'd be happy to look at it. Please give me a written proposal and I'll look at it.
Maybe another question. So you say Jared will help find where it is. Do you have ideas of where it would be sited?
We've thrown around ideas, I think, for the past year. I'm not going to make that decision. That's out of my purview. That is something that is purely administrative.
So we're going to sit down and look at the specs on it and see where it's going to fit, what it needs. I've never looked at purchasing property. We don't have anything.
No, it's,
So
yeah.
there are some possibilities, but we haven't dug really deep into it until we were sure it was coming.
Okay.
So yeah, if there's additional thoughts on it, feel free to share. I mean,
Well, if you want to find some money for the old mill, we'd be welcoming that. If you're good at finding federal dollars, there's many places we could use them, but this,
and public safety is the one that I chose
Well,
to
that-
focus on.
that's
So,
good.
I mean, that's the prerogative of where I chose to put my energy, and I don't think, unless people have a problem with that, you can feel free to speak up. I mean, we've been awarded this money, so if you would like to put forward an action where you do not want to receive this money, you have the prerogative to do so. So feel free if that's something you want to add.
Okay, my action is that I motion that there be something, a written
Motion
proposal.
anything in this meeting.
Okay, well, then let's do it in an actionable meeting, and let's do this with some transparency,
okay.
Because we thought there would be no money attached to the Sister City project, yet that was a $17,000 expense against the budget last year. So, I would like to see things in writing, and I haven't seen anything in
And to
writing.
be fair with that, Councilwoman Burrell, we were fully transparent on that. The last retreat that we had, that was a line item that we discussed, and that was a line item that we put forward, and it wasn't that I said there wouldn't be any additional funds and then it was a gotcha. This is something that we did discuss. So this is no different. I would hope that my colleagues would see the value and the benefit of receiving funding outside of our own level of government, when we're talking about budgets and figuring out ways to bring value to our workforce, to bring value to our community without spending our own taxpayers' resources, this is an avenue to do so. We talk about grants all the time. We talk about sidewalk improvements. We talk about street improvements. They're great. They do have matching funds, and we do those in many instances. This is, without a doubt, a benefit from the federal government to pay for additional training for our police department. I don't see how, in any way, shape, or form, this is controversial. I would have hoped, and at some point, I would hope that colleagues would say, hey, look, Councilman Holt's put a lot of energy into this. This is not putting a burden on our city. This is a value, and I hope that we would take opportunities to look at one another, and when we've done something that's bringing value, that we would complement one each other. Councilmember Highland did an incredible job by bringing homes into our city. It's something that she spearheaded. It's something that we talked about, and we let her run with it. This is the same thing. It's something we've talked about. I ran with. It took 2 years to bring it here. It was signed yesterday. If there are people that don't, on this council, that want to vote to say, hey, federal government, we don't want $2.1 million to benefit our police department, then feel free to do so. That is not something that I'm going to advocate for.
Would you like to add anything?
The range, we don't have a lot of range space. We don't have a lot of training facilities in the area. This range, that when we first looked at it, was more, we didn't build it just as a range. We could have went out and gotten a much cheaper just shooting range. What we wanted to do was come up with some type of a training environment where we can do the de-escalation, we can do all the things that the officers don't have the ability to do right now, unless we borrow the Attorney General's simulator, which is packed out forever. It's just hard to get. It brings it in-house. It allows us to do the training. It gives us the ability to not have our training days wrapped around somebody else's range. Murray's range has been down for, I think it's 3 months now, which was the only range that was available to us, so we've had to go outside. The facility and the way we designed it was to give us flexibility and make us a better agency and give the best product that we could have. I really thank Councilmember Holton. I hope we go through with it because it really does make us a better agency. It also does allow some of our sister agencies to come and use it because there are no ranges. The state range is at Slick. It's constantly used for the newer officers, so it's always packed out. The Murray range has been used and abused for 15 or 20 years. It's at its end of life. They're going to have to put some more money into it. It just gives us the ability to actually get the training.
Is there, so as I've been talking with people, we talk about partnerships. So is there maybe an ability to partner with another city to locate it? I mean, just as an option, to locate it where somebody else has land?
So let me give a little context. So when this has been the talk in the public safety world from Representative Gwynn up towards North Ogden, all the way down to Orem. I know that the chief has been reached out to by multiple municipalities, many of which I actually got calls from a member of Congress saying, hey, this municipality is asking, because they heard you guys were going after this, they're wanting this funding and begging for it. Which is why I'm honestly really surprised that we're having this
West Valley
level of a contentious conversation.
On this, another agency in the valley also tried to undercut us on the same, the money.
And these members of Congress who I've worked with have said, hey, we're focusing 100% on Cottonwood Heights. And the value and benefit of having it here is we're spending this money to go to someone else's training facility. We have the ability to make sure that our officers have the training, but then from North Ogden to Orem, wanting to get on the books and pay Cottonwood Heights City to use this facility. And so to say it is going to be paid for, if there's any ancillary charges, there's donations to cover them, and that these other municipalities want to pay Cottonwood Heights to rent the space, it's a pretty decent value out of in every facet that I look at it.
And that was the
We
point I
didn't-
wanted to make.
So,
Go ahead.
we didn't do this in a vacuum. I'm shocked that anyone didn't know this. I thought we'd put it on presentations.
You did.
I have letters from the Attorney General, I have letters from the school district. We vetted it with valley chiefs, and every single chief in the valley voted to support us because there are no ranges on these
Including
sites.
UTA Police,
Right.
Utah Highway Patrol.
The state.
Veteran Affairs
Yeah.
Police, there's a bunch of federal, that there's just nowhere for anybody to qualify their officers.
And if we locate it somewhere outside of Cottonwood Heights, you lose control of it, and you basically neutered an effort to 2.1 million. And it's not just, I mean, he described all the benefits for the police, and it's there, but our vision was that this is a community asset too. I wanted to put it and make it open and have our officers there to train people and the youth groups and with gun safeties and have, there's nothing like that anywhere around. And then, again, it would be a revenue generator because they would have to pay for it, and that's where the ongoing maintenance and upkeep would come from. And this model that we were looking at has very low both. It's not like a traditional range, the technology is far advanced, so.
But just because it's still new for me, for my first. So it would be virtual and live ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were in the
Yeah.
Citizens Academy, so you went to the, that's cool. It's nothing like this. This is a complete wraparound, and you fire live rounds at this simulator. So it's not a simulated gun. And you can do a traditional range as well. And we can operate it, change scenarios, score keep, give you, change the practice.
Just explain the safety on it, because just to make sure there's no confusion on how this isn't, it's fully contained.
Yes, it's a modified shipping container is probably the best way to explain it. The Secret Service keeps one on the White House compound to shoot, to qualify their guys. It contains up to a 50 caliber, large caliber rifle, which would never be in our range. I think the biggest asset is that if we get to bring our guys in and get them up to a level of competence, and it's not just shooting, because I'm using the scenarios more than I would be using the shooting. And it's not live fire all the time. If I don't need to spend money on ammo, I can just use the laser. And the guns cycle the exact same, kind of like the AGs. It's actually the exact same principle as the AGs simulator. It just is incorporated, and you can use live fire. But it's a complete system instead of having to have one thing and then another thing somewhere else. And it gives. It's an all-in-one wraparound system.
It has lead filtration in it. It has a little capture thing at the very back, so
It
that
crushes, and then it goes into a 5-gallon bucket. You put the lid on it, and then we just have to pay to have the 5-gallon buckets removed. It's not like the old systems where they would have to shut down the range, auger out all of the stuff. You're not letting it seep into the ground. It's the safest, and then the air filtration pulls everything out, filters it so that there's nothing escaping. It's a complete wraparound system that gives us something that nobody else in the valley has.
Sounds like no one in the state?
No one in the state.
No one in the state. One of the things that I am really excited about this is the educational aspect, and you touched on it. We have, and people need to realize this, we have an armed citizenry in Utah.
Yes, we do.
And the lack of training and understanding about rights and things, you just don't know. I had the opportunity to go with our police department and do some shooting and everything. I'm a good shot. But the things that I got a chance to talk with the officers about during that time were things that I had no idea. The liabilities, the things you have to consider, and that type of education I think is really important for our populace, especially being an armed society. And it's just invaluable.
So to close this out, I'd hope that we can get a council majority just to say that, we're grateful that this is coming, and to direct Jared and team to find out that if there's a space to put it. If, Mayor, as you suggested, if we obviously come down to the line where we cannot at all find a place to put it, then of course at that point, we could look at other scenarios if it can be, placed elsewhere. But I think we'd miss out on some opportunities. But That being said, I hope we could get the support of the council to direct staff to do that.
I appreciate that it's budget neutral. I know we can't vote in here, but I know there's other meetings too where we say, is there a council majority who would support it? And I would not support us withdrawing from receiving these funds and having this, because I did participate in that AG simulation. I was shocked at the level of training really and psychological training that is required for that kind of de-escalation. And so I'm also really grateful it's going to be budget neutral, because anything right now that comes before us is, it's just, I know all of these things are so important, so the budget neutral part of it is very inviting. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It also gives us, I'm sorry, one more, it gives us the opportunity, if we have an issue with an officer where something is wrong, or somebody sees something that they don't like, I can immediately put them into a scenario, and it's on site or close to the city. So I can continue retraining an officer immediately instead of having somebody that stays out on the road, or we have to place off of work until we can get some type of training. And it really does immerse them. It's not a trying to get a scenario going in a room to figure out and get this person. It puts them into it and it makes them respond. And then the scenario changes to their responses, which is, I think, the best training that we can give at the moment that we have right now.
For sure, and likewise, when someone does have an unfortunate event, there's always criticisms. We can duplicate that same event and put you in there. And it's different when, I mean, it's one thing to look on the outside and criticize and quarterback for somebody else, but until you're the one, you know, in the arena there doing it, it's completely different. And we can do that. We've done that before in situations with the media, completely changes the narrative around. So it has so many values, and you won't get this again. I really, please don't even consider putting it somewhere else, because you would lose control of it. And this is something this is a regional facility for you, and it gives you something that nobody else has, and that's a big deal.
It's shipping container size, approximately a mobile home size?
It's 3.
It will be connexes.
I can tell you exactly what.
Depends, it's all based on how many lanes you want.
Yeah, we spec'd it for 6 lanes, which is enough to qualify one shift and do training for a shift. So
you need a half acre?
No, it's 101 feet long by...
I could put it on the side of the building where that drain is.
Sorry,
if we don't need the entire drain, like where we park, you know, where the picnic tables
yeah.
are.
Okay.
I could put it on that side
Just
and
wanted to
get
get an
directly
idea of
match
the
it to the
footprint.
building.
Okay.
Not as big as you think.
It's 101 feet long.
Because when I came on as a council member, Tim Tingy said, the problem we're going to have is where to put it. And
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Yep.
it's been in the discussion that
Yes.
long, so
Yeah.
we've been for 2 years.
Yeah.
And what was the other measurement?
It should be right at, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up right now. It's
about the size of like an 8,000 square foot lot.
about 30 feet wide.
30 feet wide. Okay, thank
So
you.
101.
Thank you, I'm done.
Yes.
So that's
Okay.
3,000 square feet,
Thanks.
give or take.
Should we go back to Councilmember Bailey?
Yes.
So much about this meeting may have changed some of my priorities a little bit. There's-
You can talk about what you want. That's
Yeah,
not-
no, it's all right.
These
When we
weren't
saw those
posted,
budget numbers, I was like,
You should still talk about it.
Although, I will say that in most of my work, and thank you, Councilmember Holton, for talking about the annexation, I have tried to bring revenue to the city. And as an economist, it's not going to surprise anybody that I see that economic development brings revenues. And of course, I don't want that to be at the detriment of our citizens. I want that to be because businesses create jobs, and jobs allow families to take care of themselves. And so in our city right now, we're at such a pivotal point where we are going to miss some opportunities if we don't make sure that our focus stays on these development opportunities that, quite frankly, in the county are kind of enviable that we have all this space up here on the gravel pit. I know things are really complex, so my ask is just that we don't drag our feet like Holiday did with the Cottonwood Mall redevelopment. I mean, that was laden in processes, of course, but do you know how many years they went without revenue? Because of those processes that bogged down the redevelopment. And so my ask is that we engage partners. I really applaud Councilmember Burrell. She arranged for a transportation meeting yesterday that was very productive. I thought it was very insightful, that we reach out to GOEO. It is Commissioner Steinman who said, look, the acreage up there on the gravel pit is probably beyond a local developer, and that we probably will have to look at a national development. And so, you already heard my spiel about, I don't want to overwhelm staff with that. If we don't have the right people in place and the right vision, we will miss the opportunities, and the longer we delay, the less likely we are to have those development opportunities come about to the benefit of our residents, who will pay lower taxes because we'll have more sales tax, we'll have more properties that are paying property tax. I know that comes with an increase of services in some respects, but I do think that on the whole and on the margin, that will be a net benefit. So I'd ask us to keep our eye on that. I asked in the last council retreat, I know there's a lot of flux right now with what AI can really do to increase efficiency and productivity. But a good example is a citizen this week who wanted to sit down with me and tell me about how they can't find DRC meeting minutes. And I defended our staff and I said, I don't even know if they have the tools to be able to do that. And yet AI in a meeting can listen in, it can transcribe, it can summarize, and then it can have a bulleted list of action items. Sean Steinman, again, we were sitting in a short-term rental subcommittee meeting, and within a minute and a half of the end of that meeting, he sent me a summary and a list of action items. Those are the kinds of things that I like to not be so budget tight that we don't see that these kinds of tools could actually make it so we don't have to hire additional staff, so that we can be more transparent, and so that our citizens can go back and see what's been done and how it's been done, so that we fulfill that obligation we have for recording and being transparent of our processes. Last, I was hesitant to even put this on here because I think we've already got a commitment, but I don't want to drop the opportunity either in 2026 to complete our short-term rental policy compliance and ordinance updates. That's another, I brought that here because we're missing revenue. And because of that, we actually could see, I'm not thinking it's millions of dollars, but we could have a couple $100,000 of revenue in TRT that's not being paid that should be paid. So that's
And
my...
possibly some short-term rentals converting to long-term if we have the kind of ordinance that helps them be accountable and well-operated, so that those that aren't decide to do something else. So it could have many positive impacts for our city.
I agree, and we do not require long-term rentals to register with our city. There's a lot of other cities that do require, so that they are actually able to track both. I'm not asking for us to go down that road. I think that will be an inevitable part of what comes up after we clean up our short-term rental ordinance and compliance.
So I know that the payment scheduling or ability is slowing things down. Do we have any sense of what kind of outlay we may need to make in order to bring that full, the Granicus software and the ability to execute this great program that you've both worked on so hard?
Yeah, so right now so Melissa, our GIS specialist, is working on gathering all the data that they need. I think this week she may have finished that. I'll have to check in with her Monday. I think right now it's making decisions as to how the enforcement will happen and what we're legally allowed to do or what we can defer to Granicus to do. One challenge is that we're a criminal enforcement jurisdiction, so it's not a civil penalty, it's a criminal penalty. And then to cite someone for something, you have to have evidence that would hold up in court. And to get that evidence, there's certain state laws that prevent what we can and can't do. So I think there's a lot to think through on the back end of Granicus can provide us with all this information of who's not compliant, but what do we do with that? We can't necessarily cite them because it would be a criminal offense if we don't have the evidence. So I think there's some discussions we need to have on like what we do with the information. We can reach out to those people as a courtesy and say, hey, we need a license, but if they don't comply, what do we do?
So a quick update, Suzanne. So remember at the legislative breakfast, I mentioned that there's a bill that would make it so that municipalities cannot regulate online platforms at all in any way, which would, the discussion we're having now, would bring into question if we could even do this.
If we could even ask for the listing to be removed, for example?
Oh, well, 100% you could not.
Okay.
So,
And that's the
there's
question that
some.
we had, is could Granicus do that on our behalf? Or is that, so.
Well, the good news is there's some amended language in there that I just saw yesterday
Okay.
that at least protects locals' authority in regards to, but how the language is going to read is it is to regulate the user of an online platform.
Okay.
That means I don't believe that a city, we can ask them to remove a listing, but they will not. They don't have to legally comply. Does that make sense?
So Airbnb or Beer would not have to legally comply?
Correct.
You're talking about the user.
No. We can regulate the user. We can't regulate the actual platform itself. I will, outside of this, I'll share a copy with you so you can read it. Okay?
Yeah, so I think right now, we're moving forward to get the data so that Granicus can pull what they see on the third-party sites and compare that with who's licensed today so that we have an understanding of what's the scope of the non-compliance. But I think we just need to talk more about when we have that list of non-compliance, what do we do then? Because there's a lot of limitations on what our capabilities are, both from just a staff resource level, but also from the legal aspect of enforcement.
This is where I would like to help our city. I have been working on this issue for now, like, at least 4 years, because of our citizens that are so concerned about how their neighborhoods are changing. And so I would love to have Julie Davies now start meeting with the working group that you have.
Okay.
And talk about the changes in our code that we could make that would, and she has worked, she's nationally an expert and helps cities avoid litigation. She writes the books that are used in our universities. So this can really help us, and she's happy to work with us.
What's her name?
Julie Davies.
So Councilmember Burrell and I both participated in a training with her, and it was definitely impressive. But what I'm hearing you ask is, what about the payments? I heard from the staff, and please back me up if I'm saying something wrong, that they have reached out to other cities who use Granicus, and they actually don't use the payment processing as it was expressed to us. So this will be more of a compliance tool, and the payments will continue to be, the licensing will still be paid through Express Bill Pay, because we're not changing that.
But we are looking into trying to get more things online, apparently. We have a platform that we might be able to utilize, that we already paid for. We're working with that company to figure out what we can do and how we can build it. There may still be a need to change our electronic payment partner.
Okay.
So we are looking into it. It's just a little bit slow as we try to gather the information, trying to make sure everything's going to work and we don't mess up any other system by switching to that. So we are trying to work to get licensing online, cut licensing, all that stuff a little bit easier and more convenient for people too. So that's part of it too. You want to make it convenient for them to apply and get a license. If they can be legal, you want to make it easy for them to be legal.
It's all part of the transformation that we've been talking about, and that's that when you have an Amazon one-click, people expect it to be one click. They don't expect to have to interact with the city 3 or 4 times to be able to complete a process. And so that's why I would like to support the staff in having those tools to be able to make it easy for the customer, easy for the staff to track. It sounds like we're talking, again, about maybe an ALJ, civil, maybe penalties, but the very first thing that we talked about as a council is we just want to know where they are. We want address verification to know where they are so that we can look and go, how big is this problem?
And that's what Granicus will help with. And we'll
Yeah, and
utilize
What,
that
6 months, 2
That's what
months?
we're working on now. It shouldn't take that long. I think Melissa has our data set ready for them to plug in their model. I don't know what their timeline should be, but we should have that to them probably next week.
Okay.
So.
Okay, great. Thank you all for the support on that. I do think it's a revenue positive, and it's a quality of life positive too for us to focus on.
Well, thank you for your support on it because the updates are important. It's a matter of just, again, finding the time and the resources to get there from what we've got right now. So, and staff's been working balancing that with their other tasks.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Councilmember Noel.
I'm probably going to be the briefest. My topic is stormwater. My big concern is we inherited a stormwater system from the county that is becoming dilapidated. We are finding that every time there's work done here in the city by Public Works, there are incidents, and Matt can back this up, where the infrastructure is falling apart. And we discover some of these by happenstance sometimes, and other times, like with the middle of the street there, with another utility, we find out that these things are prevalent and they're broken. I just want to make sure that we consider, when we're talking about the budget, we consider items like this to make sure that we have the proper funding in place. We have the stormwater fee, but is that fee efficient enough to cover what we're dealing with? When we put in that hawk light at Bella Vista, that pipe ended up cutting into, how much did it cut into the budget by chance?
About 40-something thousand.
Yeah, just on that simple project that was already budgeted, we found out that we ran into a bad pipe. We're going to find more and more of those things happening here in the city, and we need to adjust the budget accordingly. And I just need our residents to understand this, that, you know, it's not us asking for anything more when we do this. We just want to be able to provide the safe and viable infrastructure that's necessary for us to continue to thrive as a community.
Thank you.
And that's my ask.
That is so important. Thank you.
I'm done.
Okay.
I support.
Do you want to add anything, Matt, to this discussion?
The only thing I can say is we finished the master plan. I'm now in our internal review. We're going through that. That will be something that'll come back to you as a council, and from that, we'll develop the budget, the next so many year budget, and we'll evaluate our fee based on those. We'll reevaluate that fee and see where this takes us. But just so you're aware, we are covered in a lot of cases by, and Shane can help us out here, by quote-unquote acts of God in some cases. But if we have 2 or 3 acts of God on the same house, then it becomes something other than an act of God. It becomes, you know. So we've had to do projects like that on Pepper's Hill, where we put in $1 million worth of storm drain line to stop one house, which we would have probably ended up having to buy had we not done that. And so we have a dilapidated infrastructure. It is very poor. Replaced a $300,000 pipe across Kings Hill just recently. So, yes, I appreciate the support, and we're going to be coming back with the harder numbers and kind of lay that out. But the fact that we have that fee, that utility fee, or that enterprise is a utility fee, right, Shane? That we have that utility fee is a great benefit, I think, to the city. And it does allocate dollars specific to those things. And it's pretty transparent what we're doing with it. So I appreciate the support from the council on that. It was a long time coming to get that passed. So
Good. Good. Thank you, Councilmember, for bringing that. And we appreciate our Public Works and getting a plan on that. And we're fully supportive of this preventive work that will just save headaches, nightmares.
Yeah, later.
Yeah. Okay.
It's supposed to be an outflow, not an inflow.
Okay, Councilmember Burrell.
All right, well, I think we already covered one of the 2 things that I have listed here in an earlier conversation, looking at for departmental efficiencies. And so the other thing that is listed here, budget and compensation. So again, in my 4 years of service, I have come to believe that it would be beneficial for our city to keep the deliberations related to budget and compensation benefits as a whole versus breaking into 2 separate committees. I think that these conversations need to be thought of comprehensively and also publicly cited. And so for those 2 reasons, I'm putting forward the idea of changing the process that the city has been using, at least in the last 4 years. And in our budget season, again, having the council meet in its entirety as opposed to private meetings where the public is not invited when we have by not having a quorum.
I would like to ask Shane and anyone else, our city manager, if this is, and maybe any other council members, is this common among other cities to have it be a public meeting with all the council, or is this new territory, or?
So when I've done them in the past, there are briefings that happen, there are individual discussions, and then there's deliberation and public meeting over the budget as a whole.
Partly
I
why,
haven't seen a lot of workshops where you come and talk about the budget as a whole in a public forum, because you're trying to talk about and work through things to try to get to a point where you can present it.
if I may just quickly interject, that I probably should have told you that what kind of emboldened me on this was at the ULCT meeting in the spring, I was in a breakout session in a room, I don't know, it was probably 60 or 70 people from municipalities around Utah, and the budget session, it was on budget. And I raised my hand and asked the question, if any other cities represented in the room broke the council in half and deliberated on budget and compensation in separate small meetings, private meet, and then the budget by 2 council members. In our case, 3 would make a quorum, so we meet in with only 2 council members. And the only person in the room that said, yeah, we do that was the, I think it was either Alta or Brighton. It was a township. It was, but all the other cities in the room, you know, said that, no, they don't do it that way. So I just want to examine this again for the public's best interest and, you know, being more privy to and bringing more transparency to the process.
The question would be, do those other cities have multiple meetings focused on the budget, or is it just because they're presented with a budget? So at other cities I've been at, they bring the budget to the council and just present it to them. And so there isn't that interaction and this involvement that we're doing here.
Well, in a strong mayor, the mayor would come up with the budget, but the council would still deliberate on that budget. It's a little bit similar to you as staff have brought us your idea of the budget, and now we're going to deliberate on it. So I think even though our form of government is different than some of the cities, it's the idea that the deliberations are publicly cited.
I don't know enough to add. I don't. So I'm.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. It sounds to me like what we're talking about is how is the work being done at the threshold to formulate a budget that is then presented to the council.
Right.
And I agree that the entire council needs to see the budget and have a chance to study it and weigh in on it and vote on it. But how that initial budget is generated is, I guess the issue. I don't know the answer to that, but I suspect that there's got to be some sort of preliminary work groups happening to formulate a budget, however you're doing it, that's eventually presented to the council for its to begin the consideration process.
I don't know that a lot of them involve the council in those preliminary steps.
And we are.
That's kind of what we're doing, is bringing you in before and giving a couple of you a chance to sit on this committee so that we can have these ideas. The issue with bringing it before an open meeting every single time is we're discussing ideas similar to the reason that the chief asked the question earlier in the meeting, was because employees will come and listen to these meeting minutes, and if we're throwing out every idea in the world and they're going to take that and say, well, the city's going to do this, so now I've got to go look for another job because this is how it's going to be. So in a lot of these preliminary meetings, we're bouncing things off the wall, trying to figure out what's going to work best for the city. Those are not appropriate for a public discussion because that hurts the morale of the city overall, and rumors get started and other things happen. Until we come to a point where this is what we're going to present, I hesitate to put that kind of information out because it runs wild. And so I don't think a lot of other cities involve their council the way this city has in those preliminary discussions. I think a lot of times it's calm, like Shane said. I think it's mostly staff that's been developing the budgets in the other cities, and when they present it to the council, then the council takes 1, 2, or 3 meetings to deliberate on it instead of building it. And I may be wrong, but that's how I think most cities around here probably works.
And I enjoy our process, and I enjoy the information we get from staff to be able to help us to understand the budget and to be able to interject in places where we may see opportunities to be able to share our knowledge and our understanding, but I have no issue.
Brainstorming opportunities
Yeah.
for the group that
Yeah.
happens to
I
include
have no
a
issue.
couple of council members.
We don't have the time during our council meetings to dive in as deep as we do in those committee meetings. So I do see value in those committee meetings. The only thing that I would add is I would like those committee meetings to have some bearance on what is actually then brought forward, so there's a purpose to it. Because I have seen a little bit in the past where we'll have these discussions and we kind of got a more in-depth discussion, but it didn't quite really alter anything. Because you could also have like a committee report where the committee comes and says, I think this is a good approach, or hey, as we dug into this, I think we should be a little more thoughtful about this. Just something to think about, but I don't have any issue with the way overall that it's been done.
To your point, I think it's a great idea to have the citizen committee though, because that's part of that openness as well. Some of the discussions we have, like brainstorming, I just don't know that it needs to be in a public forum because they're just ideas being thrown out and people will take those and this is what the city's doing, they don't care about me, I'm gonna leave, and that's not necessarily it, we're just talking, we're trying to figure things out. So there is a balance there to me in what we need to be transparent with and where we're just throwing ideas out. So,
Jared, do you mind if I interject?
yes. Just kidding.
Since we've had to talk to our staff, all of our departments about the budget being so tight, employees are already very nervous about what the possibilities are. And so I just want you to know that they're really concerned. And so we already have a really high turnover rate and we don't want people jumping before there's a need to panic.
Thank you. I think this has been very helpful discussion, and I think we can look further into it another year, but I think our focus will be just getting our budget through this current discussion in the format that we've had. But this has been helpful, and I think when our city forms of government are so different that it's probably a different process a bit. Thank you. Anything else? I guess we're...
Could we get an updated, just sort of talk about committees, updated committee list? I know that there was. We did? So did you? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm all digital. You know I'm all digital.
Oh, yes, I can
Could you please email it?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I thought you're like, oh my gosh, you have it. If you could email it, I was just searching my email and went, oh, the last one I was the 20th.
That's why Tiffany was here at 6 this morning, was
She's talking about how we consume information. If you give me a piece of paper, it's, you send me it electronically, it is in my brain.
See, and I'm the opposite.
You are? I don't know
If
how
I
you
have
track your
something
paper.
tangible,
Is that how you track your paper?
because it goes tangible to untangible, that's quicker for me.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
We just updated it, so it was a good
Okay, yep, I'll send it.
I know, it's not funny
And so
how
we
brains
don't
work.
have a budget committee assignment.
So should we do that?
The budget committee
Tentatively now?
should be the ones who are there to advise this, at least with the citizen. So what if whoever's committing to the budget committee should also be committing to be with the citizen committee? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm going to take my
And I'll throw my name in the hat because
extension cord.
I've served on it
this stuff.
before, so
Go
it's
home.
great.
People with your attitudes around.
Where are we at?
It's right here.
Yeah.
What's that?
in fact, I'd rather not be on compensation and I'd rather be
Well, if I knew what I was
on
supposed to
budget this year.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'd
it's-
rather be on budget myself too.
Take a piece of cheesecake with you. So it says as needed, so can we put, I guess we can only have 2, is that right?
Yeah, you can only have 2 at a time, as needed are the dates we meet, so that's, Scott's been putting
Okay.
together a tentative schedule, we'll go through with you later.
All right, so,
But if I'm going to, are we meeting before February 9th? I don't know. I'll still make time. That's what I'll just join Lisa.
well, then we could tentatively decide here and then vote on it in our meeting, so we know where we are.
Oh, do we have to vote again?
I don't think it's a vote.
Yeah, I thought we'd do a resolution with
We
the
would
amended
vote
list,
again.
so we just have it.
We don't have to vote again, right? Is it?
Oh, I thought we would do another resolution.
Well, we have to
with-
do another one for the mosquito abatement anyway, so
Yeah.
we can throw it on there if you want. and then we can vote
Councilmember
on it.
Burrow, you're taking on a lot. Is there anything?
Well, I mean, it's either budget and compensation or, just the budget. I mean, it's either compensation and benefits or the budget.
that you would like to be on?
I mean, all of us have to participate, is that right? Or are you thinking that like you and the mayor could do budget and these two gentlemen could do the compensation? I'm not following you.
Because you took mosquito as well, I'm actually seeing more generally, if you want to have me continue on CH2 or some of the other assignments that you...
Oh, believe me, I'm going to continue on mosquito abatement because the mayor has asked me to. But that is not a priority for me to be on mosquito abatement, so I know. And actually, we've never done it this way, but it occurs to me, since we're 5 voting members, maybe the mayor and council member Highland could lead the budget, 2-person budget committee, and Newell and Holton could do the compensation and benefits, and I'll just step back and help if you need my help.
In the past, we've had 2 council members on each, and the mayor gets briefed by us
Oh.
regularly anyway.
What would you prefer, Mayor?
So it's up, but it's up to you, we can change.
I am seeing Councilmember Highland with something to say.
You've been the champion of the budget, so that's traditional, but it seems like you and I could tackle this.
Okay, is that all right, Councilmember?
That'd be fine. I do have some distinct persons throughout Cottonwood Heights that I would like to advance into the citizen committee. So I look forward to being part of that effort. And as I understand it, all 5 of us will be part of that effort.
Yeah, I agree.
And so
So Councilmember Newell and Holton, do you have the time for the Benefits and Compensation Committee? You're both very busy, I'm just honest.
That may be 1 or 2 meetings versus our budget that will
Yeah,
probably be
no, it's less from the budget for
Yeah.
sure. I'm happy to do it. Councilmember Burrell, do you want to do it instead of me?
no.
Okay, then I'm happy to do it.
Okay, we're just being honest, it's all good.
Yeah.
And I'll play it by ear, so
Okay, you'll swing it in.
I'll swing it in.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that covered that?
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you. We might be, are we done, or is there anything else?
Just one more item, we'd like to set,
Oh, the future retreat.
like I mentioned later in March, we'd like to come back with more of a solid proposal of the budget after all these meetings we're going to rush through here in the next month and a half. I would propose that we do that on the afternoon of March 24th, if that's a possibility. It's an off Tuesday from council meeting, and if we could do it in the afternoon, that would be great. It's
Say
after
that date again.
after the session's over.
What's the date again?
March 24th,
Okay.
if that works for everybody. If not, we can find another date.
Does it have to be a Tuesday? Could it be Wednesday, the 25th?
Let me look.
We've got PTOS at 6 o'clock that day, but other than that.
As long as you're done by 6.
Tuesday would be, I'm good there.
How long of a retreat were you thinking of, Jared?
I was thinking the afternoon.
In the afternoon?
Like 3 hours or?
We just book the afternoon and see how long it
2 to
takes.
5, 2 to something.
One to
One
two,
to- okay.
one to when we're done.
I do
Preferably
have
2 or 3
women in
hours.
business, well, until 1, and so, yes, maybe by 1:30,
On the
I could be here
24th?
on the 24th.
We could start at 2 if that
From
works.
2 to 5.
2
just
works
block
for
it
me.
off.
I could do 2.
Okay. So 3 hours till
Is
5
that
o'clock?
enough?
Yeah,
Do you want us to
hopefully
block off?
It's up to us, I guess.
Did you guys say 2 o'clock?
2 to
2 to
5.
5.
We'll block it out and we'll go till we need to. Hopefully by then, we've had these meetings, we've discussed this all with you, and it shouldn't be, there shouldn't be a whole lot of surprises at this meeting, and then Scott and the rest of us can work on the final budget that would then come before you.
So our retreat our budget request, you sent us a form.
Yes,
So you want those soon, so they can be considered
right.
for these, okay.
If you have additional things to add, please send those to us, and if you need help working on them, let us know. But in the next week or two, if we can get those, so we can kind of plug those in too, and put those in the model, and start playing with things. So,
I can't mind something. I think you already sent your mine, so.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, yes.
And will
I don't want it.
someone on the staff please send us a calendar invite on that?
yeah. Tiffany?
You know that we're open to having are we as a council okay to have our travel and training cut down a little bit?
Oh, yes.
I'd be fine to take it all out, 100%.
Except for ULCT Spring Conference. I don't know if that
That's
comes
what
out
I
of our
had too.
budget, but I would like to be able to. do
It does,
that.
and we can leave enough in there to cover that and the fall registration.
Yeah,
I'm going to throw out another idea.
those are the 2 I had on that.
Another idea that I had, though, I know it's not going to make a huge difference, but it's more symbolic than anything, you know, we could remove the council from compensation discussions. So when we do a COLA for staff, we don't get the same COLA. We have a separate discussion or vote potentially if we're wanting to raise our own salary. Again, symbolic if we're having a tough budget year and we're looking at raising, and we might have to look at some efficiencies, and Councilmember Burrell brought up efficiencies. Again, one thing we could think about that's symbolic of trying to take part, so.
Right now, as I recall, the compensation schedule for city officers, which includes the elected officers, the elected officers have salaries built in, but I believe that they have an automatic CPI adjustment built in there.
It's actually tied to the COLA that's given.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
It's given
Anyway.
tied to the COLA.
It's just something that.
It's a nice thought, but I
we
think
could
if we're
about.
giving up this, what did
We'll
it
have to
go up
look
to,
at this, but I'm not sure
$50,000
that
travel
it's
budget? I mean, that's a pretty good thing that we've given up, but it seemed like it almost
I have
doubled.
small women in business expenses at times, so just ULCT and maybe a little bit of margin would be great. All serving the city. All
Yes.
serving the city. Thank you all. This
Thanks,
was
everybody.
super great
Thank
discussion.
you, everybody, for
Thank
being
you,
here.
staff, for coming on a Saturday and for
Absolutely.
being so well prepared.
Yeah.
It's good that we did the photos before we met.
Ah,